Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Clean Water Services Board of Directors, February 6th, 2026 meeting. This is Chair Catherine Harrington, and I'm joined in the room by Directors Pam Treese and Director Jason Snyder. Commissioner Fye has been, or Director Fye has been at our commission meetings Tuesday and Thursday by Zoom only due to having sick kids at home. We haven't heard anything about her attendance today, so unsure about that. Director Willie is on medical leave for at least a week and a half, but yesterday he chose to Zoom into our Board of Commissioners roundtable. So be on the lookout for him on Zoom. He may or may not join us as well. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to you, Elizabeth.
Marvelous. Thank you so much, Chair Harrington. For the record, Elizabeth Edwards, Chief of Staff here with Clean Water Services. Good morning, Board of Directors. We have a full day. Yes.
I think we're going to have to speak up for people in the room.
Got it.
It's difficult to hear back here.
Okay. Thank you for that reminder.
Oh, yeah, with a pillar in the way.
Yeah.
And the noise.
Yeah.
White noise.
I can hear the HVAC going. So good morning, everybody. We have a full day ahead of us, a few housekeeping matters. This meeting is being recorded. For folks in the room, the bathrooms are just out the door, down the hall and on your right. You would also go that direction to exit the building in case you want some air or in case of emergency. For folks around the table, if you did not pack a lunch and would like to order one, I have a sheet that I will circulate for that. And looking at the agenda today, we will have a very busy day. We're going to start out this morning with the quarterly financial report from our CFO, going into our Clean Water Services annual financial audit report. This is from our first ever CWS standalone audit committee. We're excited about that. Have a special guest with us today. After then, a brief break, we'll be going into an overview of our compliance program. And then an update on CWS employees and our workforce. We have a full hour currently budgeted for lunch, so folks will be able to get a break and hopefully enjoy some of this fabulous weather. And then we roll into the afternoon and we take a look at roadmaps. First, the Baldridge Performance Excellence and our update of our roadmaps system, and then into our climate action strategic roadmap. And then we close out the day with board planning and discussion. And I think we have that's a full day today under our belts. So with that, Chair, I think that completes my announcements. I guess the one other thing I'll say is we will be transitioning between slides, so it may take a moment to pull the slides down and put them back up. But our team is on it, so please forgive a little bit of transition time there.
And just a question, the two screens are exactly the same, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct. And as we are still growing into this space, we keep iterating on what's the best for visibility, for ability to participate. So if anyone has feedback after this session as to what worked and what didn't, we will continue to try to make improvements to make this room work for us and work for the public.
Well, the setup is certainly better than our cramming around a very fixed table in the work session room at PSB. So, all righty then. Why don't we move on to the next topic, the quarterly financial report. Over to you, Ms. Leader. Can we get the little not hearing anything? Where's dialogue box tossed away?
The slides are getting pulled up now.
Oh, okay.
So, okay. Good morning, Director Fye. We have you.
For the record, Director Fye has now joined us.
And today we are, instead of having one enormous slide deck, which then impacts the pagination, we're having individual presentations. So that's It's just getting pulled up right now. Okay. Well, thank you, Elizabeth. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I'm Kathy Leader, Chief Financial Officer for the district. I'm here today to give a quarterly financial report for our first quarter of fiscal year 26, and that spans July through September of each year. I went back after our last quarterly report and tried to give some value add to the presentation. So hopefully I addressed some of the good recommendations that were provided. I did put into your packet a discussion paper that kind of gives you an overview of the start of this quarterly report and what it's trying to do for the board and report on. Just for history on that. We started doing these quarterly presentations back in the fiscal year 21, and it was based on the fact that during the pandemic, we delayed rate or deferred rate increases, and we also didn't do some of the employee ads that we had wanted to do. And so we told the board that we would come back mid-year and show how we were performing to budget before we added any new positions or looked at rate increases. So that was kind of the start of this report itself. I also included in your packet a spreadsheet that addressed, because there were questions at times of what did we budget in that year. So what I provided you, and it's all Q1 information for the 5 years, 22 through 26. It shows in the first column what we budgeted, and in the second column what we have spent to date, and giving you that percentage of budget spent so you can see it historically. And when we went into this year, it's giving you then the stats on 26. How do we compare to 25 in those last few columns? So these are the numbers that are flowing into this presentation about how we compared to Q1 of the prior year. So the presentation today, similar to past presentations, we're going to look at Q1, July through September. We're going to look at the budgeted revenue collected. We also show in this presentation it compared to our 5-year 22 through 26 information. I wish that the presentation could be through December more timely, but we're lagged in revenue coming in. So at the time we put this presentation together, we really only had Q1 information, and we're still bringing in to Q2. So just so you're aware. Next, we'll be looking at budget spent, and once again, showing that 5-year history too, the trending. And then we'll talk about results of operations for this Q1, July through September 2025. Okay. So first, starting with revenue collected. As a reminder, what we're looking at in revenue for this analysis are our service fees collected and our system development charges. These incorporate about 89% of the revenue the district collects each year. So it's a significant portion of our revenue base. When you're looking at this slide here, it's showing you across by quarter, Q1, 2, 3, and 4, for each of the fiscal years, the 5 years. And the bars are the amount of revenue, and the percentages at the top, that is the percentage of budget collected. And so when we're looking at Q1, we have collected 23% of budget revenues versus a 3-year average we see of 24. So we're in line. And I did want to note too that as we're collecting along the quarters of a year, we're very level. You're looking at 25% of revenue in Q1, 50 in Q2, 75 in Q3, and 100% in Q4. So
those are cumulative, right?
And those are cumulative. And so it's showing you that we're pretty consistent in revenue generation, and in our strong estimates of in particular service revenues. We're pretty good at budgeting those. Where you might see a variance where we're kind of trailing in revenue collected, you see that in 2024 in particular, is that SDCs have a big impact on, and they vary. They're very, very volatile, and they vary year to year. Service fees are not ones that you see trailing budget.
What about debt relationship to revenue collected?
Well, so for debt, we fund debt payments through SDCs and rate revenue.
So what we're looking at in terms of revenue collected,
Mhm.
is debt represented here?
No, no. So debt
Okay.
would be on our expenditure side
Yeah.
of the portfolio. And we do not really look at debt in particular in this operational piece.
I understand. I'm
Yeah,
just thinking
yeah.
about what the balance is and what the
When-
indicators are when our debt profile increases or
Definitely.
decreases.
What happens there is what we would call the coverage ratio. So how many times our net operations cover our debt service?
Right.
And right now we have a very strong coverage ratio, but as you add a debt layer and debt payments, it's it creeps down. So you have to watch that mix of debt and revenue. So we just talked about revenues. Now we're going to talk about budget spent by quarter. And this slide similarly is showing 5 years, 22 through 26. Our main reporting for the 5-year is on Q1, July through September. Operating includes, excuse me, this budget spent includes operating and capital costs only. One thing I'll say on expenditure side, you see similarly, there is a trending of spending, but you don't see 25, 50, 75, 100. You see a lower trending in that first quarter at like 14% and or more, about 14%. And that's really because the first 2 months of a year, we're getting a lot of the construction and other invoicing that relates to the prior fiscal year, and we're having to accrue it back. And so our spend in the first couple of months is low in comparison to where we'll end the year.
Does it also just have to do with the construction cycle and weather in the Northwest?
No, just their
Not really.
cycle of billing, you know,
Okay.
they bill after work's complete. So that just the timing of getting those billings in. And so for looking at Q1, we're reporting on for 26, we have spent 14% of budget versus the average of a 3-year at 14%. So like right on target for this particular year. On the operating side, where you'll see an underspend in a year, it usually relates to our project delivery in that year. So now I'm going to go in a little bit more depth in each of the areas. So we're first starting with, for fiscal year 26 Q1, the service fee collection. So in Q1, we collected, you saw an increase in collections at 2.6 million or 5.8%. That's compared to the same quarter prior year. And so this trending at 5.8, it is in line with our rate increase. It's at 3% and growth within the district. We provided some additional graphing down below just to give some additional interesting talking points. So in there, the bars are the service fees collected by Q1 for each year. The orangish red line is the percentage change in actual. So that's the change in collections by year. And the green bar is our rate increase that was done in that year. I'll note an anomaly in 23 where you see our rate was a 4% increase, but we saw a significant reduction in percentage of actuals. And that was the year we went into our new billing system with Open and TBWD, and it took some time to stand up that system. So that is that anomaly that you see in there in Q1. But one thing I did want to note is when you look at year 24 and 25, they both had a 4% rate increase, and the percentage change in actuals shows 6.9% trailing there at 4%. When you look at 25, 26, we did the 3% rate increase, and what it showed for the percentage change was 5.8. That's giving you that 1% difference in the rate there. So you can see that in tech collections. Now, next, talk a little bit about
And that's
FD.
what you would have anticipated.
Yes, yeah. So we feel like we're tracking well. So next, we're going to talk about for fiscal year 26 Q1 STC related revenue. So system development charges collected. So for Q1, we saw actually a decrease of a 4.6 million or 63% compared to the same quarter last year. And in the budget, and you'll see that in the report that I provided, we budgeted 24 million for the year. We're trending low this year. Joe had reached out to the cities, and we did hear back from a few of them, and there was a consensus that, building is happening, but permit pulls have gone down.
And that's an economic indicator.
Could be, yeah, yeah. So those are the two revenue categories. On the expenditure side, first, we're going to start with labor. So this is Q1, fiscal year 26 labor results. So labor costs in Q1, July through September, increased by 2.4 million or 15.3% compared to the same quarter last year. Some of the impacts on that are the cost of living, performance-based pay, and goal share payments increased by 1.2 million or 9% in that quarter compared to the prior year. Retirement benefits increased by 853,000 or 36%. And that relates to, this was the next, a new rate. New PERS rates, employer rates went into effect for this fiscal year. So there was an increase in the tier 1-2 rate of 3.3% and for OPSERP at 4.4%. So that's where you see that large increase in spend, that adjustment to rate. And we'll use this rate will be in effect for 26 and 27, and then the biennium of rates. For medical, dental, and vision, there was a $240,000 or 13% increase in cost. So those were the real drivers of that increase in labor costs in this quarter. But we also wanted to talk then about some of the cost savings that we have, like related to positions, which is one of the areas in operating where we usually underperform budget. So in employee vacancies averaged 53 of the 498 positions in this quarter, or 10.6%. And it had resulted in a reduction in wages of 2.4 million in Q1 as compared to budget. And later on today, Holly's going to be presenting, and is going to be giving some updated information of where we're at this year too. But this was Q1 for us. Next, material and services. For Q1, we saw an increase of 436,000, 5.3% compared to the prior year, same quarter. The two key drivers we saw in there in this first quarter were software maintenance fees. They increased by 199,000 or 29%, and insurance premium that increased 103,000 or 7%. And those were anticipated in the budget. Those were line items that did increase in estimates.
Kathy, I can understand how on the revenue side, given that the revenues for the service fee collections and the SDC flow in based upon joint billing.
Yes, yes.
I can understand the delay with only having Q1, right? Even
Yeah.
though we're now in Q3.
Yeah.
But on the operations side, don't you have at least Q2 information?
I mean, I do, but then I would be comparing revenues in one
Yes,
quarter
yeah.
to expenditures to
So,
date.
I just wanted
Yeah,
to-
but yeah, we
to
do.
make
So
sure.
on the
Okay.
expenditure side, but once again, now we're just starting to get the uptick on those capital spend and construction that are starting to show up in our capital program. So there's always just a little bit of a lag of that 2-month period, because then we'll go through the whole year, June 30, and we're still accruing back in July and August.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have some of that
Yeah.
Washington County as well, but
Totally.
okay. It's just a choice then.
And on the capital spend. So capital costs increased by 3.5 million in this quarter, or 38% compared to the same quarter last year. And I put on here, I mean, we're reflecting an increased project delivery for us. And there are 3 big projects that are in the works right now. So for Forest Grove Primary Treatment, we spent 3.4 million in Q1, but the budget is 29.6 million. For labor, we spent 1.9 million. But their budget is a $31 million budget this year. And Brookman Trunk, we spent 1.4 million, and it's a $7.6 budget item. And I did go back in on this one because I was doing some forecasting on how we're ending the year to look, because, you know, we've always underperformed a little bit on capital. And right now, based on spend through December, actually January, we look like we're going to be more at the 121 million spent on capital. So we're trending to spend.
A reminder,
Mhm.
it really helps.
So the takeaways on this quarter, service fees collected are in line with our rate increases and growth. So hold it steady. SDCs are down this year. Gotta watch that as we budget then for next year too. And vacant staff position levels, you know, remain consistent, you know, with about that 50 unfilled positions, which historically has had cost savings impacts for us in the budget. Annualizing that is about 15 million. And capital spend increase in this project delivery in alignment with the budget. That I close my report and open for any questions you might have.
I guess I want to go back to key takeaway number 2 and back to the slide on the SDCs and that orange line or percent change drop. I don't know what slide number 6. That just, when you compare those first quarters over the course, it just looks pretty shocking to me. And it doesn't follow like what I would suspect were inflationary types of impact, that type of thing. So I'm just surprised at that drop. And I recognize it's just the first quarter of each year. There may be other factors here, but we haven't had slowdown in permitting. We haven't had
There's been some slow.
Yeah, I mean, and think about when this was. This was when everyone was really getting jumpy about the economy
okay.
last summer. And, you know, the leading indicator I go with is how busy the people that are like the principals at the architecture firms and all that. When I talked to them about what was going on during that time period, it was not good. They were being told to shelve projects that they'd already been told
So
to
this
green
is the
light.
result of that.
Yeah, but that's changed now. Like
It's a five-man flag. That's what
they've
we're looking at.
they've indicated that, yeah, I mean, this is a significant lag. I think we'll see it increase.
I'm
and-
just surprised
Pick
at
back
that
up.
precipitous drop. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah,
And when you see some of those, in particular in 24, 25, some of those spends, they were really in the city themselves. Hillsborough and Beaverton has some big development in them.
where they
And-
were paying the SDCs themselves.
Yes, yes.
Government spending.
Interesting. Okay. That helps. It's through this presentation, everything else seems, I can kind of go along with the flow, but that one is like, oh,
Got your attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one question about the service fees. Takeaway that it was in line with, but I thought I saw you're actually collecting a lot more than that's the rating.
I think it's the 6.9 versus the
Combined
5.8%.
SDC.
That's the change, that's the percentage change in revenue. It's different than the year over year. Yeah. Well, so see how 2.6 million is a 5.8% increase year over year. So down below, you see that percentage change to 5.8. Previous year, it was 6.9. That 1%, that's really the rate that we're charging. It's the difference in rate.
that changed from 4 to 3.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah,
Which
one's
one
the
after
dollar amount and the other is the actual rate.
Yes.
So how is that change, which we all, guess, kind of partially pushed by me? I want
You
to
would
check
share it.
in. I want to check in. How are you and our general manager feeling about the the 3% challenge from last year, since it's been 7 or 8 months?
I will tell you that it won't happen with our capital spend.
It won't what?
It won't happen with our capital spend. We might be able to in some areas see just 3%, but not on all categories between Sandy, swim, regional, local.
So
And-
let me repeat back what I think I'm hearing you say is, we gave you that challenge, you set the rate increase at 3%, but you're concerned that it's not keeping up
Yep.
with that.
Oh.
Another way of interpreting that?
Yeah, so what I'll say about that is we're running the numbers, we're really close. We stepped back because we wanted to look at assumptions again because the rates were coming in too high. So we're looking at assumptions again and then hopefully, and they're planning to come back in March 10th with those rates. But we can't do a 3% rate increase across the board and do the capital program we have to do. And think about the spend on labor. Labor alone, year over year, it averages 8%.
Fully loaded.
So
I mean, the
what do you-
wages are not 3%, or wages are not 8%.
The fully loaded,
total,
yeah,
yeah.
labor costs 8%. We've also, in the last 5 years, our average actual year over year has been 8% on M&S too.
Okay.
So if it's not across the border, then which one are you applying the 3%?
We're looking at what we can, because what we're trying to balance out, cumulative rate impact to the customer with funding both utilities properly and slowly equaling out regional versus local. Local has been subsidized by regional for a while, so it's going to take some time to true that up, and we don't expect it to solve it first year because the rate wouldn't be
I don't quite understand your question. The rate increase is 3%. That's only where the 3% applies.
Are you wondering why it went up by 5.8?
I was just following what you were saying, that the rate isn't applied across.
Not going forward, it won't. Currently, when we do a rate increase based on our previous forecasts, we use the same increase escalator for all components of the
Yes.
rates, the regional and the local, SANI and SWIM. When we go forward with this cost of service and we fund the utilities correctly and the regional and local, that won't be the case.
But the charges will, say,
The rates by
class.
same.
And that's why you're able to say, key takeaway number 4, capital spending increased and continues to be more aligned with that.
Yes. But I would say as we go forward with this rate plan, we're going to have to be more disciplined in our capital program.
What do you mean by that? Like,
We definitely have to prioritize because we have a CIP that's proposed.
right.
And we might have to say, you know what, we don't have the funds to do that level with these rates. So can we prioritize? And then if we can't, if we have to do those projects, we might have to do a bond issuance then if it's a key critical asset.
But Kathy, that sounds a little misleading to me. The agency has always prioritized
They
and
do.
has always
Yep,
staged.
yep.
So it's not a matter of starting to
No, it's
prioritize.
true.
You're going to have to prioritize differently.
Yeah,
Or
totally.
Be more picky.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Yes,
Thank you.
yes. And
Because of
True,
the
and you're right, you're
actual
right.
Financial
yeah,
need.
yeah,
You can't spend what you don't have.
yeah, totally. Yes.
So
I-
one thing that's occurring to me is I think through this, like the service fee revenue collection from operations being up 5.8%, 3% of that's from rate growth, and the remaining part is from just the growth in the system, right?
Mhm.
So that's the number, the 5.8 or the prior year, 6.9%. I'm tracking what you were describing. That number is the number that needs to keep up with the 8% you were quoting for some
Mhm.
areas, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah. I see what you're saying.
those are, because even though the rate increase went up by 3%, we provided all the service and the net result of income from operations was 5.8%, correct?
Mhm. Yeah, so that's the increase in revenue collected between.
Right.
Yeah, this year and last year. And so we have, based on that, if there's a 3% rate increase and we're at the 5.8, growth is trending a little higher than 1.5. That is true. That's
That's the
making up that
indicator.
yeah. So we are trending that connection and growth has occurred more than our historical average, which has been 1.5.
So you also think in the long run, and it will come back to that 1.5.
We trend it and we, because we, like I said, we look at our forecast every year and we evaluate forward and back and we adjust our assumptions based on historical trending and where we see we're going with requested.
I mean, coming in, this will be my last comment, but coming into the budget season again this year, I think you and the general manager need to at least be ready to talk about. I think you'll get challenged at a minimum by Commissioner Willie and I around the 3% again. So just be prepared and not surprised by that.
Okay. And I'll let you know too that,
3% is going to be too high.
No,
The continuation.
keeping it at that.
okay. What I'll tell you right now is we mapped out projected ending balances for our rate study and all, and
Mhm.
we show that we're going to spend 40 million in reserves this year.
Okay.
On
So
capital
that's the
projects.
cost of the reduction by.
That's
4 to
the
3.
cost of not funding the capital levels.
So the question it really it's a capital question.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the concern's been
Yeah.
is, can we fund the capital program the
Yep.
way we need to? And like you said 40 million, we don't need to discuss this now, but if you're having that conversation, we should probably know what the difference in the rate from what you proposed to the 3% last year, how much of that drove that? Maybe you know that off the top of your head, but that's probably a question that Commissioner Willie or I or both of us will ask.
Now, the difficulty will be though, if I understand this correctly, given that we get a proposed budget the middle of April to start reading, you're only going to have data for Q1 and Q2.
No, by the time we go, so the rate development is based on our 26 budget and projected out
On capital.
On
or
capital.
The biggest driver is
the
capital.
biggest driver.
But nonetheless, for tracking operational costs,
Mm.
you'll still only have Q1 and Q2 data, right? Or
yeah,
will
yeah.
you be able to give us at least
We'll
Q3
be-
data for operation?
Yeah, so I'll say that we'll be into Q3 partially. And so what happens for us internally, and as I said, when you look at our trending, we are pretty stable. We're pretty level. We have a good way to estimate
Yeah,
what we're
okay.
doing. So we'll look right then in that time period, because right then we're also deciding, do we need to go in and do any budget transfers, right? So we're trying to estimate out like closely to how we're going to end the year.
I'm comfortable with the nature of your forecasting forward. Okay. Any other questions, board members? Okay, we
This
can
is
move
really
on.
helpful.
I don't think it's bonding. I'm just thinking, reflecting back on something you said. I don't know that like bonding something is necessarily a terrible thing.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. We have the capacity, but we totally have the capacity to do it. It's just a matter of deciding. And then we actually, as we look and we propose rates and we follow a year and see how we land, we might decide we need to bond so that we don't eat more, reserves
Mhm.
before below our minimum, right? Yeah, no, I totally agree.
We've done bonding in the past.
Yes,
We've
yeah,
had
we
Bill
did.
Merrick
Yeah.
bonds, But
Mhm.
then there was the cost of borrowing, which is
There
why
is-
we
yeah,
used
there-
the cash. But
Yeah, and I mean, I just think that at least in some of the conversations we've had on these subjects in the last year plus that I've been on the commission and the board, it has felt a little bit like there's a little resistance to
Mhm.
doing that, which I understand,
Really,
but
I haven't felt that
you haven't
at all.
felt that?
No,
I mean, there's a question of why we're bonding when our reserves are so high.
yeah.
I
Right.
think we,
That is the
Yes.
question we get a lot. Yes,
I think
yes.
we've positioned it as a stopgap measure too, but
Mhm,
maybe
mhm.
that's.
Yeah.
It's prudence,
Yeah.
that's the way I've always seen it. What's the most prudent financial tool to use? And
Yes.
it's bonding is a tool. Okay,
Thank you.
who's next?
Pulling up the slides for the next presentation and going to invite Julie DeSimone to join us.
A new company name to me.
I know, I was gonna explain, yes,
Welcome.
and actually a new title. I'm a principal now and not a partner anymore, which is the new thing. I find it very hard to spell the word principal apparently. So hopefully, thank you for getting it right. Just to give you a little background on that, my name is Julie Desmoni. I'm your audit partner, principal. It's one thing I cannot do with Baker Tilly. So as of last year and as of our contract, we were Moss Adams in June 3rd. Yes, we're not a new. We combined with Baker Tilly to become the 6th largest firm in the United States, with one of the largest municipal utility practices in the US as well. Very exciting. Been a lot of work through that. The good news is our Oregon team has not changed whatsoever. You've got the same team, the same people on the ground. This just gives us a lot more resources moving forward as the world changes and a lot of technology and a lot of infrastructure that has to change in the CPA realm. So same team, new name, new logos, new colors, new lack of colors.
New
on
water
this
bottle.
one. New water bottle. I got the water
When
bottle.
Commissioner Rogers was here, he would tell us that AI is going to replace all the CPAs in the world.
That's there's a
Commissioner
concern.
Rogers.
Yes.
right? Okay.
There's a concern.
That was an
Change.
overriding concern of his.
It's gonna change, but I remember when oh gosh, I'm gonna date myself. We were still on manual work papers when I started the firm 26 years ago. And so I remember when Excel and computers came in, they're like, oh, it's gonna take
Yeah.
over the world. So
Yeah.
it will definitely change the world and the
I
change
date
the
you
way.
there with the
But-
creation of the whole.
But
PC market.
the audits will stay a lot of the same as well. So I'm here to deliver the results of the 2025 fiscal year audit. All right, so just want to talk through a little bit of the agenda, the service team, our scope of services, some of our significant audit areas, our final opinions and reports, some required communications with the board. And just feel free if you have any questions during this presentation is for you. So if you've got questions, please stop me at any time or else I can take them at the end as well. Oh, there it goes. It was better before, I think. The service team, so I am your audit principal, which is again, it's the same as the audit partner as before. It's just
You
the
got the
new
title
terminology.
correct.
I did get it correct this time.
An AL versus
AL.
LE.
Ellie, yes, didn't know that for a while, unfortunately, but I also am an Oregon municipal auditor, so I sign your opinions under my Oregon municipal license. Dan Roberts is your concurring reviewer. This is a very important role within our function on the QC and within our firm. Dan is not associated with the district in any way other than the concurring review. We're required to go through him. So when we plan the audit, complete our risk assessment, all of our significant risk areas, he has to come in, take a look at all that work and make sure that he doesn't see any bias towards it and that he agrees with the direction. And then towards the end of the audit, he comes back and reviews all of our conclusions on the audit, the financial reporting, and we have to clear through him prior to myself and him prior to issuing the opinion. So
So it's
That's
the
a-
audit of the auditor.
it's the audit of the auditors. It's kind of the QC check, just making sure. And then we rotate that position at least every 5 years. So Dan is actually a new concurring reviewer this year, just to keep fresh sets of eyes on the audit process. And then Cam Troike is our audit manager on the engagement this year.
So when you do the field audit,
Mm-hmm.
that would be you and Cam?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
so Cam and Dan doesn't actually make his way out to the field. We want to keep him separated from management just as a matter of QC course.
Yep.
Right. So this was our scope of services, very consistent with prior years. Audit of the financial statements. We have the communication to those charged with governance, which is you as the board. And those have been completed as of right now. Some other things that we do help with some technical review of the financial statements. If you've had the pleasure to read through them and gotten through them in one sitting, that's amazing. The governmental municipal financial statements are just getting longer and longer. They are, unfortunately, we've got some big standards coming out in the near future that are going to even increase the length of them. So we help with that technical review, just making sure that everything is in compliance with US GAAP and governmental accounting standards. Because you are a municipal utility in the state of Oregon, we are also required to complete an audit in accordance with the Oregon minimum standards, which is approximately 13 additional requirements or additional audit steps kind of on top of what would be a traditional audit. Probably the most significant for you are the depository rules, the budgeting, take a healthy look at the budgeting, and finally your procurement and contracting and making sure that's in line with your own budget requirements as well as the state. These are just some of the areas that we identified. Again, these are not everything, but these are our significant audit areas. Management oversight and controls. I want you to note that this is a required significant item on every single audit in the United States. This is just something that we always have to look at and see whether we see any management biases. Is there any way that management can override a control structure from a material standpoint? We also look at industrial revenues primarily because just the breadth of those and how significant they are. We do spend a lot of time on your billing system, the cash in, the cash out, your procurement, disbursements, and over your capital plant. So a tremendous amount of time spent in that area as well.
So these are these are not findings. These are
No.
things you went in going, we need to
We're
pay
gonna
particular attention to this.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. And we keep a professional skepticism and looking for potential areas of bias in there as well. This year, I'm pleased to report, this is the good news page. You received it unmodified, which is auditor speak for a clean opinion upon your financial statements. Once again, we found no compliance findings with your Oregon minimum standards. Everything looked very clean. Procurement in particular was very strong this year. And we did not have any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in the course of your controls. I will say we did spend we're required as part of the audit to do unpredictable procedures to make sure that the audit moves every year that doesn't get predictable in nature. We did spend quite a bit of time on your new expense policy and taking a look at that, pounding that to make sure that we didn't see any further concerns, and making sure that it had been implemented at the time as written.
You're talking about the meals, travel.
Yeah. We did.
Okay.
We did spend some additional time in that, even though that falls extremely below kind of what our audit materiality would be. Just wanted to make sure we saw that could provide any best practices, but it was well done.
Hear that, leadership staff,
That's good.
Yeah.
policy staff, and all the other employees that were shaken by newspaper headlines.
Yes.
You're in a good place now. Feel good about that and all the work you put into it.
Lots of work. Lots of work. And it's, I think, important to note too, it's a policy it can only be a piece of paper if you let it be a piece of paper. What the real work is instilling that into the internal controls, to how everybody thinks about it. And we tested that as well to make sure that it wasn't just written on a piece of paper, or that it's actually integrated into your control systems. There was a couple of new accounting policy or GASB standards because we, as much as we try, we can't seem to get the GASB to take a hiatus for a couple of years, because that would be really nice.
GASB is a group of accountants that help keep their
have a job.
industry in the business.
And actuaries.
Yeah. And so there was two this year, one that impacted you quite a bit more than the other. GASB 101 is the compensated absences standard. All this really did is you always had, sick time, vacation time that you'd always put into a PTO bank and accrue a liability. What GASB do is that they broaden the scope of that out. So there's more that you have to actually include from taxes and and more types, even if you don't pay it out at termination, you're still having to assess what those future benefits might be. So what this standard really did was grew that compensated absences number that you put on your balance sheet.
That's the bogey.
That's
up
the
there.
bogey,
Okay.
yeah. And ultimately, it did not change your cash flow. It didn't change your policies over PTO or anything. It's just how we captured the information from an accrual basis at year end. 102, with the cities and counties, this tended to be a little bit more of a significant standard. Utilities have always been very good at assessing what their risks are and including them within their financials. This is a disclosure only. So we actually didn't see it was assessed, but we didn't see an impact on your financials because everything that we would have put through this risk disclosure was already disclosed in your financial statements.
Could I ask a question
Yeah.
about GASB? Especially given my earlier
Yeah.
remark. If I'm remembering correctly, and that's where I'm not confident that I was. To date, I think I have learned through exposure that GASB makes changes in the rules based upon what has been learned through different markets, different industries, and how do we make sure that the appropriate investors, stakeholders, in our case, ratepayers, have sufficient visibility into the operations of said companies, governments, firms. Am I correct in that?
I think so.
It's not new rules for rules' sake. It's based upon what's happening in the industry, what we keep learning about good behaviors, bad behaviors, craftiness of people, or just the overwhelming nature of data.
Yeah, I would typically, yes, agree with that. I think that there's been, I know their current board chair is really looking at the length of financial statements and how much does length equal transparency? Yeah, and so they're consistently, one thing GASB's really good at is adding standards. One thing they're not good at is letting ones that maybe haven't been as effective or like that's always their goal. That's not necessarily where it gets to. So there's a couple of them that are coming up that, and that's where we really try to lean in early because once GASB's put in a standard, trying to get it to go away is not possible. Everybody can be convinced, so we have extremely long financials and there is a financial reporting model that they're trying to propose right now that is going to help keep things transparent. But then they've got some other standards that are coming out that are going to be just brutal for utilities. So we're leaning in right now. I will also say that we in the utility space are often caught when GASB's looking at a standard. You look at the amount of counties and cities. Utilities are a very small slice of what they're looking at from a municipal standpoint. So often we get caught in on something that's really impactful for a city or a county that maybe doesn't make as much sense when you're looking at an operating entity like a utility, but we still have to comply with it.
The standards are a blunt instrument.
Very blunt, a blunt instrument. I like that. I'm gonna use that if you don't mind from now on.
Just credit.
Yeah, I'll make sure to give you the footer.
No need.
So we did have a couple of audit adjustments for the year end. And really you'll notice these amounts are not too significant. The first one was just a reclassification. So that's just a geography change. When we were starting to go through the classification between short-term and long-term compensated absences, we noticed that things needed to be moved around. This was in accordance with the new standard. So that's kind of what caused that conversation. But again, everything was recorded in the full dollar amount within your financial reporting. It was really a matter of where do you put that on the geography of the financials. And then this last one was due to a legal settlement during the year. This got finalized right before the audit finished. And so rather than go back and try to push this amount into the financial statements, that we had known about it the whole time. We were just waiting and it was a timing thing. So we had talked about the fact that If it does come in, we're going to propose it as a past adjustment. It means it is not reflected in the 2025 financial reporting. It'll be in the 2026. So it still is reflected. Management knew about it. We just weren't sure on timing, and it just happened to hit at the very right, like a day or two
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
Right before issuance. So we were expecting this, but we still have to categorize it and make sure that you know that we were assessing this as well. Any questions on those? Perfect. So we did provide a letter to those charged with governance as well. I didn't go through it in detail, but it was our very standardized letter. There was nothing in it that's outside of it talks about our responsibilities. We had no disagreements with management, all of those items. If you do have any questions on those, we'd be glad to. We just didn't want to take your time up on something we already provided to you in writing. But I want to say a huge thank you for the staff. This is a gorgeous building. Once you can find and not get lost like I was this morning. Neat signs, or a tracker. Yeah. But really appreciate all the time and attention. The accounting department was a little bit slim towards getting ready for the audit this year due to some departures at key times. And they still, I mean, we issued this thing on time. We issued it, ahead of where we were even last year. And everybody was really full of a lot of candor, a lot of solid tone at the top, and we really appreciate it getting the audit done. We did not hit Christmas or the week before Christmas and New Year's, which is a bonus. So, yeah. So thank you. I've got open for questions. Do you have any?
I'm just, Kathy, you and Elizabeth here is sort of representing general manager. I'm just, given the size of the organization, the complexity of the organization, and what went on over the last year and a half with the organization, this is a impressive result. Thank you.
Very impressive. Congratulations. I see you smiling, Kathy. I would be too. If I were in your shoes. This is glorious. Thank you.
Unfortunately, we just asked her this week about timing for next year's audit, so we gotta give her much of a breather.
I'm sure she's so excited about the new standards.
I know.
More blunt instruments.
I thank you. And, I also appreciate the notes, the acknowledgements about the willingness to work together, positive attitude. And, the last of the three bullets, the tone at the top, that one struck me, especially in relationship to everything that's gone on this past year, as Director Snyder talked about earlier. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you.
Well, I'm really pleased to see all of this, and I have 4 questions. What did you think of the new audit committee?
Oh, great. Thank you. That was I should have probably put that in. We were able to meet with the audit committee on multiple occasions during the course and already presented this slide deck with more discussion about the financial statements as a whole. Great process. Lots of fantastic questions, very good directed at the district. I felt like that was a really good move, especially given that sometimes, in other years, we've had audit committee meetings with the full county. And a lot of times the questions were directed at the county level and didn't, did Clean Water get their
I
own?
remember that.
Yeah. So we spoke very, very little. I think we did a ditto. But ultimately it was really nice to be able to sit and focus and really talk about this entity, which was great.
So next year, you're going to see 2 to 3 new faces on the board. And I've been, over the course of this whole calendar year thus far, I've been thinking about change and planning and transitions. But also comparing to prior years. And having been on the Metro Audit Committee, having been on the the old county CWS audit committee, and just thinking about how things are different. When you mentioned the management, the audit letter, as chair, I usually get those too. And I don't think I got the CWS one this year.
There wasn't a formal management letter, right? It was just the communication.
Okay, let me check
But
on
double
that.
check.
Okay,
I've been doing a lot of board meetings and maybe I'm getting, because these are considered,
well, there's gonna be a
So-
new chair next year.
Yes.
So
well, in
I'm not
generally,
worried about this year.
okay.
Oh,
Generally, too, speaking, and this is what we're going to propose in the next year now that the audit committee is set, we'll have a meeting with the audit committee prior to even starting the audit.
Yeah.
So we'll go through our risk assessment and we'll walk the audit committee through all of our risk assessment, any questions they might have, any concerns they might have, and be able to build that into our audit plan and then meet with them at the end of the audit as well. So that is something we plan to build on with the audit committee in future.
so one of the things I failed at my first 6 years serving on these two boards is enticing my fellow colleagues to serve on the audit. I wrestled control away from Commissioner and Director Rogers because I knew from my Metro experience that it was a good way to help the members of the board better understand the whys and what fors and appreciation of the work of the agency. So Commissioner Willie was our board rep on the new audit committee this year. You'll all want to think about having someone on that audit committee for at least a year. 2's a good time, but don't let someone monopolize that role. It really does help to have transition and visibility for others.
I think it even plays into the, like you don't have the same concurring reviewer for more than 5, like it is a
Right.
thing that everybody needs to it's a team sport
Yep.
on the governance side, I think.
So the other thing that I've noticed is different is as chair with the Washington County audit firm, every year they put me through cases. I am interviewed on what ifs with regard to fraud, what would happen, how would I learn about it? How do I expect I would learn about it, what I would do about it? And I don't know why I don't go through that with CWS.
Okay.
So I sit here, can't even remember. The audit
I got asked
is
those
public.
questions this year. The county. too.
Oh,
On the
that's right,
county,
because you're
on
the
the county.
audit committee member. Yes,
Jerry get asked some.
but I got interviewed too.
Yeah,
So
That's done by the auditor.
the questions to those charged with governance or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
That's
So-
the-
Did Director Willie have similar questions, or is that just not part of the way that you currently?
It is definitely a part. Every audit firm has a very different perspective on, and we do a lot of, we don't interview the same people every year. And we don't always do an audit committee member, though I get, we'll
Well,
definitely do
so
that.
you're gonna have a different cast of folks.
Cruise, yeah.
And there will reach a point, maybe not year 1 and 2, where they're gonna go, why is it different with CWS versus Washington County? So that's why I'm just highlighting it today.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my 4th question is, you talked about having reviewed the new expense policies, and that was good. Are the staff followed up on direction from the board in April of 2025 for having a forensic report
Mhm.
done? And we got the review of that through January, and that went through FY, the first 8 months of calendar 25, right?
Fiscal year 2025, the first.
Oh, fiscal year, thank you. So was that an item that you also reviewed?
Yes. So the
Great,
final
then we can
report,
check
yes,
that
check it
off
off
the
your list.
list.
The final report wasn't issued until after we issued the final opinions. We did have, we had meetings with the forensic just to make sure that there was nothing that could have a material impact or additional risk factors from a material. And then we did review it. Kathy sent it over to us, so we did review it in its entirety.
I just want to underscore again, job well done, folks. That's all.
A lot of transparency happening.
Yep, yeah. Terrific.
And a lot of
Okay.
clarity to your expense reports too. That is quite candidly where we see a big issue with. It's very easy to not have clarity in the expense policies. So there was a lot
In general.
in general, but there was a lot of clarity brought into that policy, which is just going to help decision making in future. So very good. Well done.
Terrific. Well, it was particularly important for me to ask these questions today because with a new board starting next year, I want staff to know that you've done the work, that you've got a solid foundation, culture, and practices. So you can really just focus your efforts ahead with the full new board, getting them the same level of appreciation that you've invested in all of us to really not just understand the agency, but value the incredible work of the agency. So thank you for being our auditor. Thank you for our financial auditor and for introducing us to Baker Tilly. All righty. So
Thank you.
I don't have
Yeah.
a watch. How are we doing on time?
Chair, I'm pleased to say we are right on time.
Cool.
And so we are now scheduled for a break and to resume at 10:20 for a very natural transition from the audit to a compliance overview.
Terrific.
So with that, we will go transition.
Yes, we'll take a break. See you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so welcome to Caroline Lubdell and Bruce Corden to take us through compliance overview.
Good
Always
afternoon.
things to learn.
Yes, I wish I was coming to you with a nice audit and a good bow and an A+ like you just heard, but we're at the ground level here on establishing an emerging compliance program. So Caroline Lobdell, General Counsel and Chief Compliance Officer, and that addition of the Chief Compliance Officer, I think is the difference between the prior General Counsel who was here for 26 years. And so I'm here today to touch on what that means, the purpose and the intent and the progress of this emerging and newly established compliance program. So what is the compliance program? In short, it really is to safeguard the district from risk associated with non-compliance. So associated with non-compliance with what? That is the statutory framework, regulations, administrative rules, and your resolution and orders. So I would say those are the drivers to assess programs for non-compliance with external markers. And the compliance program, and because of that, the externalities of what applies to the district from a legal perspective is very wide. So my job description, which I'll show you here in a bit, includes the legal, financial, human resources, safety, environmental, regulatory, government ethics, and reputational risk that's associated with that non-compliance. So at least from as I see it, that world is pretty big, and that world touches really the district as a whole. So I think that's a big takeaway here. Because of those external drivers, it's a wide portfolio of substantive areas. The way those get translated, those external demands come in through our internal protocols in the compliance program. And that speaks to policies and procedures, your resolution and orders. And so compliance with the external world also looks like compliance with the internal world that we structure and that we build. So that comes in identifying a need, establishing the protocol, and maintaining consistency between the protocol and internal implementation. Historically, I think the compliance piece was guided more towards the Regulatory Affairs Department. I wouldn't say guided, I would just say that was a really visible part of the compliance. That is to say, our regulatory demand of that master NIPD's permit and our operations. And that is still a critical component of this job. And I didn't get to come speak with you about the RAD's view on this when they presented to you recently, but it's at least from how I manage the department. I see that as a balance of those compliance durability over an ever-changing regulatory framework and landscape and watershed, plus the balance of economic vitality within the watershed area. So that is my philosophy with particular to the RAD's department. But the other pieces are really driven by those external legal factors. My job description is a lot longer than this, but I put just a summary of it here to show, because this is such a marked shift for the district from its prior operating status with respect to sort of legalities and compliance in general. And I think the way to best articulate this is to say that as opposed to having a compliance program that originates and designs exogenously, that is outside of its origin, this is a proactive and affirmative obligation internally to have a compliance structure built and implemented endogenously. So to say that it originates internally from us as opposed to in a reactionary setting. We have done some reactive compliance recently, and the hope is to avoid situations like that by an affirmative, internal, and proactive strategy to establish compliance and maintain compliance.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
And I realize this is a summary slide, but on item C, establish and implement policies and procedures. I don't see the General Counsel and Chief Compliance Officer as the sole party for establishing and implementing those things. I see it as more of C2, the establishment of, because it certainly takes the general manager, the board, and then the implementation through the agency. So I wasn't sure if that is just a slide, shorthand, concise enough presentation for a slide versus the actual job description. So
It's twofold answer. Let me comment. One is it is a direct verbatim quote of the job description, so it's not summary, but I agree with you that in practicality, these policies and procedures can't be done in a vacuum unilaterally by any single position in the district, because they do incorporate management directives, on the ground operations, and then the world of compliance, and then the world of internal markers and external markers. So to address that issue, though, we have one of the steps, and Bruce will touch on this in a later slide, is a policy and procedure to develop and implement policies and procedures. And that includes a staff and a steering committee. And so we'll show you that slide. And then if it doesn't answer your question, we can further discuss your concern
You
there.
just said a policy and procedure around the establishment of policies and procedures?
Yes.
Just making sure I'm tracking that.
I think it may be something we want to come back to in the latter part of the year.
Okay.
With a general manager, because this position does not report directly to the board. And so I think we need to make sure there's durability, not only from the current board, but there's durability through future boards.
Right. You want durability and resiliency. And
Yes.
yes, for long term.
Yes.
I don't disagree with you.
So that's the intent behind my inquiry.
Yes, I understood. And in order to establish a policy and procedure according to the policies and procedures that we have to establish those, it does require often your signature if it's an ordinance 37 policy, but all of them in most part require the general manager's ultimate signature in order to be effectuated as an operable and effective policy and procedure. Procedures are different, but the policies, I would say that's true.
It also goes to, and I'm not intending to ask this to hold up the presentation, maybe it will be spoken to earlier, but over the years, we've had visibility into if the agency is found to not be in compliance with the permit, then the CEO was the jailable party. Is that the right phrase?
Yes, the jailable official,
There
and that
you
is still
go.
the case.
Yeah, yeah. And so I think I'm sensitive to making sure that responsibility isn't delegated down below the board's direct reports, such that some other employee feels like their livelihood is on the line. That's just my personal bias or perspective on that. So, but we'll come back to it later in the year to see
Okay.
if it.
I have a
should-
question, Chair, before you move on from that. So I saw you click in the, I went. Caroline, I have a question about that slide particularly that I wanted to pick on your brain around the combination of the general counsel and the chief compliance officer into one sort of, I'll just say person. I know that was a recommendation or request from Diane in the past. When I was reading in preparation for this, it sort of made me think of like, should the board discuss separating those two roles now? Because I see the magnitude of like the compliance officer's role intention, and then the general counsel. And sometimes there could be like, I don't know, how do we balance that? Because you're compliance and then you're also the attorney for the utility. And then, so I just thought, should we revisit separating the two roles? Is that like a worthy conversation for the board? Because what's listed here sort of makes me think of a competing priority.
But we didn't have a chief compliance officer before.
Yeah.
either.
The program
but
is
we did
established
about-
upon my hire by that job definition.
Yeah, like I think it was after the regulatory affair, I think Bob
Bob Conger.
yeah, was sort of doing this.
No, Bob was in charge of our regulatory affairs department, but he was not outside the lane of regulatory
It
affairs.
was just in
Just
one,
the master
one
permit.
domain, right?
Yeah.
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 Which is pretty different than this approach.
So once again, does the board support continuing on
Yes.
the way we have? And we can come back later in the year and have further discussion, because the point of today is making sure that we have a great overview. We've had an overview of the Regulatory Affairs Department, as Ms. Lubdell has reminded us with the prior slide. And now today we're having the benefit of a really first ever look into compliance 101 for the agency, the new establishment, as you gave us an overview for this segment of the agenda.
Yep.
Terrific.
I think, and I understand, the question, Director Fye, I think for an organization our size, it's not uncommon to have these two bodies of work that have to work hand in glove, both substantively and procedurally together. That isn't to say it's not worth the conversation later, but this is a pretty common approach for an organization our size. But it does beg the question of staffing. So that dovetails nicely. Thank you for the question. The current program staffing includes me and the first regulatory compliance and audit manager, who is Bruce Corden here. We chose him to help us establish and emerge this compliance program because of his 35 years with the district And during that 35 years, the broad portfolio of skills. So Bruce has been in procurement and is currently has a procurement department. He's been in legal, he's been in strategy, he's been in what is now known as NSES and at WRRD. So his visibility and his historical knowledge and identifying some of the policies from 2 years ago, so he can say this is what it was, is invaluable to us. And so he is currently the lead point on that, regulatory compliance and audit manager, which helps my job easier because Bruce elevates those things up to me for the issues that need to be elevated, but the groundwork is getting done. Also include Peter and Sue, who support us on the administrative pieces, and it's administrative plus. There is a lot of substance when you're looking at informal audits or just identifying documents and finding relevancy. And then, of course, the Compliance Steering Committee, which includes the General Manager, Chief Financial Officer, and Caroline and Bruce. And that is the committee that's the on-the-ground committee right now that helps us make decisions as we are growing and establishing the program.
So I think it's pretty well understood that I am terrible with names. How might I pronounce Peter's last names?
Dolege?
Delege.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And on this next piece, I'm going to shift it over to my co-pilot, to Bruce, to talk about, we started out with, I wanted to let you know what the purpose and the intent and the progress is of the program. So I've covered purpose and intent, and I'm going to hand it over to Bruce on the progress.
I have a question about the Compliance Steering Committee. I'm going back to the question about the purpose of it. Are all these listed, represented here, or?
I don't think I
Like the
understand the
financial
question.
So I'll repeat the purpose of what is the compliance program?
Mm-hmm.
It says to safeguard clean water services from legal, financial, human resources, safety, environmental, all this that's listed. Is that composition of that represented here in the compliance? I see you, I see Kathy for finance, Bruce, of course, and Rick, but I don't see human resources.
They wouldn't be on an ongoing standing steering committee because the policies may not effectuate them. It may be your subject matter expert on any policy, may be that you're working with the HR department, but they wouldn't necessarily need to be on a cybersecurity policy or a identification badge policy, all of which come through this committee. So that conversation happens on the daily work. I think Bruce can touch on that.
Yeah. Sure.
When he gets to that, yeah.
So I want to start by saying that every one of our policies and procedures will have an owner, and the owner will be documented on the policy or procedure, and the owner will be responsible for developing the policy, for reviewing it periodically, and for revising it as needed. That way we have clear responsibility in each case. The way this has worked for us so far, since I've gotten involved in this as of last July, is the department develops a policy draft. They submit it to me. I work with them on any changes that I see. Could be anything from grammar and spelling to format to substance to whether or not this policy repeats something that's in another policy and is therefore not needed. We clean it up. We get to a point where we're in agreement on it, and then it gets submitted to legal for legal review. Of course, the legal review is designed to determine whether we're legal or not with what we're doing and whether what we're doing will get us to being legal. That's the intent. Once legal review is finished and any of the changes made by legal are accomplished, then it goes to the steering committee. Steering committee then is the approver of the policy, except in cases where we have an ordinance 37 or there's also an ordinance 38 as in it, policies that have to be approved by the board. At any given time, since I got involved in this, we've had policies that are various stages of this process. And as I'll show you, we've got a lot of them that have been in the hopper and also approved so far. So
Sorry to have to take you back to the prior slide in terms of the approval process.
yes,
I want to make sure I'm not confusing responsibility with position. And in the third box, compliance manager reviews drafts and works with. So is it a particular person that is serving as the compliance manager for that topic? Or your title is regulatory compliance and audit manager. So, or is that you?
That's me.
Okay,
So I'm the funnel,
you.
everything goes through.
That's short, your shortened title in that third
Yeah.
box there.
Yes.
yeah,
That's
I,
right.
I wanted to make sure I was following the train as it goes down the tracks.
I have another question on this slide. Bruce, when you talked about the first box, you talked about it coming from the department up. Does it ever go the other direction? And are departments ever requested to put together a policy?
Oh, sure.
It's been
Here's
some
the-
of both.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I just wanted to,
State legislation developing new policies that
Sure.
every local government has to comply to.
and I guess the reason I'm bringing it up is I was uncomfortable with it sounding like these policies are only generated through the departments in relationship to the organization. There are other inputs as well.
yes, that's true.
Okay.
And I have to say, it's been like a fire hose so far. Once people realized that we need more policies, they just came at me from all quarters.
And part of that is captured from the first slide, which, incumbent on a compliance program is to identify the need where either there is an antiquated or non-compliant policy in place, or there is an absence of an affirmative policy that needs to be in place. So it can go both directions.
Well, we're going through that with Washington County as well, where for example, personnel policy says this policy will be reviewed every 3 or 4 years, and many haven't been reviewed in a much longer time period. So there's a lot of work going on in that agency as well.
And there's
we
also
should
a
not
matter
be
of
surprised.
centralizing all of it so that you can have a system that's synergistic to the extent that you can with competing priorities operationally and legally. So I think that's the other benefit of having a fully structured compliance program is that you bring all of it to one place that you can see as a system how that's serving you.
Yeah, well, once again, using it as an analogy, perhaps Washington County with the new ERP and bringing all these disparate systems that were error prone in to one system with updated policies and practices is now kicking out further visibility, opportunity, as Ms. Angie likes to call them, for improvement. Thank you. I'm getting it.
Okay. So as with any new program, there are certain foundational documents that we needed to produce right off the bat, so to speak. And these are a mission and goal statement for the program, steering committee charter, as Caroline alluded to, a policy on policy development, a policy on procedure development. And those, by the way, really focus on format, standardizing things, and also how they're approved. The policy and procedure templates, again, that's an attempt to make things very standardized, recognizable, and then an audit scope of work template as well. So we have a list of 19 policies and procedures, mostly policies that have been approved since June 1 of last year. As you can see, they span several different programs. We've got communications and community engagement, cybersecurity, risk and safety, finance and accounting, human resources, and legal and compliance. These, by the way, have all been approved by the steering committee, but in some cases, they will require board approval as well. I just wanted to note that because of Ordinance 37.
When will they be headed towards us?
March.
When did?
March.
March, okay.
And this is a list of policies and procedures that are under development. This is in every case, the policy is either being drafted or has been drafted, and now it's going back and forth between myself and others. And as you can see, it spans several different programs, building and facilities services, communications, cybersecurity, legal and compliance, human resources, digital solutions, and risk and safety.
Just taking them all in.
So it wouldn't do to have a compliance program that didn't include an audit component because we need to check on ourselves and make sure that we're doing things the way we're supposed to. And of course, another part of this, besides checking for compliance, is going to be reviewing how we comply and seeing how efficient that process is and whether or not we can improve process efficiency. which are largely going to be our procedures, frankly, that we develop under the policies. We're going to start, we have started, I should say, with an audit of our procurement program. And just want to say a few things about the program. It has 9 staff who assist with contracts and purchasing. Their duties include developing documents, coordinating payments, issuing purchase orders. Some, but not all of their work is reviewed by legal. We have certain documents that legal always reviews, things like IGAs, real property agreements, contracts that are large, contracts that use vendor forms. But some contracts, the smaller ones that are commercial in nature and that are below a certain dollar value, we do not have legal review as a requirement. So it's those contracts that we want to focus on. I want to see how good a job the procurement staff is doing in preparing those documents. So this is going to be an ongoing audit. It will occur quarterly. We're just wrapping up the one that covers October through December of 2025. And hopefully this will inform our decisions about staff training and about where to draw that line between what legal reviews and what it doesn't. So that's the goal.
This is
there.
really like ongoing monitoring is what you're describing. Like if it's not going to end,
That's correct.
I mean, audit, I know you're using that word, but that probably is not the right description for that. Not the best description. If you're gonna,
I think at the outset, in the building of it, it's the appropriate description, but what you're talking about is the maintenance of the program.
yeah, I mean, if the intent is to continue it, but like usually an audit has a defined beginning and ending, and similar function that is continuous would be more of like a performance monitoring.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, there will be basically a snapshot of a 3-month period that's based on sampling, and then a report that basically has in it what did we find.
And then you're gonna do that again the next quarter.
That's right.
I mean, maybe
it
it doesn't matter. I just like, to me mentally, it makes more sense if you're saying you're going to continue doing that, that it's really an internal monitoring program.
So needless to say, the emphasis so far has mostly been on developing compliance policies and procedures and not so much audit, but we recognize that audit has to be a part of this. We need to ramp that up in the future. Next steps. As I mentioned, I've been getting policies coming from all quarters, kind of like a fire hose, and it's been, difficult to keep processing them in a timely fashion. Rick Shanley has recommended that we conduct a review of our programs and determine what policies and procedures are needed and prioritize them so that the most important ones are gotten to first and so forth. And then, of course, prepare a schedule for developing and improving them. So that's the next order of business for us. That's all.
Go ahead.
First, I had a question about when you were going over the approval process for the internal policies and procedures. And probably this question is for Caroline. In Washington County, any updates or internal procedures and policies, we delegated that role to county administrator. Do you think we should perhaps consider delegating the chief compliance officer's role to that? Or how do you anticipate every policy coming on to the board for approval? That way it's not. I think there's a give, yeah.
There's a limited category of the policies that would come to you. Procedures are internal and probably not more administrative in nature. So I think that already has been delegated to your general manager or the team, however that works internally. But the policies that you have are just defined under 37 and 38. And I do think that I would recommend, given the decades that we've been and that we have grown to an organization of a certain size since Ordinance 37 and others were in place, I think it's worth the conversation to visit as to a further delegation to the general manager.
Okay,
Yeah.
not to the.
No, because I don't think so,
Okay.
because it's too, yes, we could talk about that later. I wasn't prepared to go into the analysis yet, but I see your point.
don't.
Okay.
I neglected to mention one thing, and that is the rollout of the policies. So it's one thing to come up with a policy, but it shouldn't just sit on a shelf and not have people know about it. So I'm working with our culture and development program right now on a suggested approach that will be running by our executive leadership team for how we roll out policies. And I think it will depend on what the policy is and who needs to know about it when it comes to what that rollout looks like.
That makes sense.
So that's where I'm struggling a little bit. Oh, not with the rollout, sorry. What I'm struggling with a little bit is having a model where there are agency policies versus personnel policies. And what we've delegated to the CAO is the personnel administrative policies and that administrative manual. By our voter approved charter, the CAO has to come to us with an overall org structure. And so whenever the CAO has made an org structure change, we have had a review of that and then adopt that. So yeah, I'm struggling a little bit with how we characterize the level of policy. And I totally agree with, you know, the procedures and the administrative rules, so to speak, are management's purview. But so
I mean, most of the policies that they're describing here would be ones that would kind of fit into the category that would be either administrative or personnel policies that you're, you know, if you're trying to compare that to the county, I'm less sure.
really any municipal government.
You're
Yeah.
kind of flip-flop from the county than where you are here. Here, over there, you've delegated those personnel policies to
Right.
your administrator, and over here, that's the one lane you've maintained by virtue of 37. Or
I don't even know what
37.
37 is.
Yeah.
37 says, you know, if you have a policy related to employee conduct, pay, due process, basically your employment handbook manual, then under 37, all of that is board approved. Compensation.
So here's the deal. Or here's the, not the deal, sorry. When I joined as the chair in 2019, we had to go through and read the agency policy manual. We didn't have any such thing when we came in as the board of directors. So when I say, I don't know what 37 is, it's still a clean sheet of paper for me. This is very helpful. But overall, are there really only 19 policies in total that encompass?
Those are new ones since June.
Those are just the new ones in development.
Right,
So
so
here's,
I don't know
There's a
what
lot
the
more.
portfolio is, and I wouldn't even know where to find it. At least for Washington County, I know all this stuff is available on either our external website or the internal website. And so it's not that I'm uncomfortable about what I don't know, but rather, what am I supposed to know?
you want a compass. Yeah. Well, here's the categories that you guys have maintained jurisdiction over. And it is policy administration, position designation, salary administration and compensation practices, recruitment and changes in employment status. That's why you get all those reclass. Employment standards and conduct. So like your principles of respect, your harassment policies, fringe benefits, appeals and dispute resolution, and training and development. That's 37. Under 38, the other category that you've maintained purview is the use, maintenance, and custody of all clean water services property, buildings, treatment facilities, and improvements. And so if it falls under 37 or 38, then we initiate the process internally once that policy is developed to come up to the board with a recommendation and request for approval.
When you say 37 and 38, those are like
Ordinances.
resolution and order
Or,
numbers?
yeah,
or something?
ordinances.
Okay.
And they were developed
That
in
were
2020,
established by the board.
in 2020, around 2023 circa. Because that is when, we started to merge, our identities changed. We just became Clean Water Services, but the growth we were coming out of the counties. We used to share space. I mean, a lot of these policies made sense when we were much less sophisticated, much smaller, much more integrated and closer to our inextricable
So
connection
this
with
is
the
part of
county.
the evolution of kind of being
The
birthed
growth.
out of the county.
Correct.
Or separated.
Yes.
That wasn't 2020.
No, that.
No, but these got
2020.
finalized. It took a while
that
for
was
these
our
to,
Treasury and finance.
2021, yeah.
2021. You said 2021?
Yeah.
No,
Finance,
these
you
ordinances,
remember correct? That was when Jack went on to.
It was finance and treasury.
that's
That
it.
that was
the-
one step. These ordinances are over 20 years old.
And none of us are disputing.
That we're
The
just trying to
age.
figure it out.
Yeah, we're just trying to understand.
We're trying to figure out like,
Why? The
what is
reasoning?
the catalog of CWS ordinances even?
Yeah.
Like,
Can you share that with us?
That's probably a huge task.
A lot.
so,
That's part of the job of the compliance program,
think
to
what-
find what the applicable ordinances are.
I think the frustration that we're experiencing here is a gap in understanding, at least for me, a gap in understanding about my role. And that I think that's the key issue here. So if you could take that back and think about, especially as I know you're working on new board members, in indoctrination, for lack of a better word, onboarding. Thank you.
Orientation.
I think that we need to understand that better than we did. You built the case of how it happened, but I'm still thinking, okay, where have I screwed up here and not been focused on these areas of responsibility? That's what I'm worried about. So I think just that handbook of where we have levels of responsibility as tied to 37 and 38 would be important.
could we get a copy of 37 and 38?
No problem.
I'd love to actually, I tried to, I think, figure out when they passed. I'm still not sure, but I'm sure when we get the copy, we'll be able to see.
Well, I assume that they exist on our website somewhere.
And hopefully in our emails too, because the emails used to be combined back in the day. And I
But this
remember seeing.
happened way-
yeah.
I don't understand
Before I had-
the leap from publicly available information
Ordinance 37.
to emails.
I used to get, I assume all of us, because everybody CC'd back in the prior years, Clean Water Services staff would email us our board agenda items and the discussions of what to come in front of the board is what I'm referencing that. We
And,
could
and it
double
would,
check.
they
Yeah,
would be,
Yeah,
any
Should be.
new policies would be in our board
Should-
agendas.
should be, yeah.
In your email is a recent email from me on a Friday that has 37 and a conversation about that prior to this conversation. I believe it was attached to that.
Okay.
And if not, I will resend both 37 and 38. But tell me, okay, so I can do that. Part of the world is, I live in a compliance world, so 37 and 38 are always on my daily desk. Elizabeth, who works with you, on the day-to-day and helps steers you guys, is not living at 37, 38 every day. She's living a lot of other board support issues. So what is helpful? I will send this email. Do you want anything further? Do you want me to provide a legal memo that addresses this, that lays it out? Do you want us to do a training on this? Do you want to just read 37 and 38 and get back to us?
I have a proposal based on all of what I've heard to make it simple and also helpful would be copies of 37, 38. If that was sent, I must have missed the importance of it. So something around that. And then I think it'd be helpful to know which policies and areas like the policies that are in place now, which ones are the ones that we're supposedly directly responsible for? And what's the list of all the policies that we're not responsible, like that are not fall into the 37, 38 category?
And that fall into.
I think once you see the
management.
language of 37, 38, the answer will become evident because
Sure.
it's very clear and ambiguous language. Now, that said, there are some policies where there's overlap, right? It could be, it
Yeah.
applies to all, it's not just HR. So what happens is internally, they usually, someone will come to me and say, Caroline, do we need to go to the board for this, or is this X, Y, and Z?
And you have to make adjustments.
And so then we move it up if it's one of these, if it falls within that category. That's how it works operationally.
But where I'm uncomfortable is these are adopted policies. There's nothing confidential about receiving. So I don't expect to get it in a confidential.
I don't think you ever have.
I'm not on top of, I don't
Because when
remember
a
all the
policy gets,
details.
when a policy gets developed and signed by you, that has to happen necessarily in public.
I'm coming back to the reference of it's in a Friday. That's all. So,
It was, the ordinance was referenced to because there's a legal recommendation.
okay.
Yeah, and moving forward, like, since the two roles are combined, the attorney and the compliance, would it always be like a attorney-client privilege
No.
document? Okay.
I mean, it's not always, always is a word you never use with privilege.
And the
I'm
compliance
trying to
program should not be
clarify.
privileged.
It's not just for legal, right? I mean,
When you need legal advice in the capacity of an attorney, which could be a compliance officer acting as an attorney and giving legal advice, then that would be a privileged communication. When you are soliciting legal advice, when it's legal in nature, and the legal advice is informing as to a risk calculation based on the pertinent legal and regulatory framework.
think part of also what I'm navigating is on the Washington County side, we have the charter, it's on our website. We have our rules of procedure, it's on the website. So we have other policies that you can search for when I mention our
Yeah.
website, because that is the public.
Access to all that.
Yeah, I'm trying to use the right word.
Okay.
It's, yeah. And so I'm just not familiar. I have no problem searching the CWS website. Don't get me wrong. I love the CWS website. I just haven't searched there for ordinances and policies. And Toby there and you have to catch up with it. Cool. More to come.
And during my onboarding, I did get to be fair to Clean Water Services, I did get the rules and the policy
Then you got more
Yeah.
than three of us got.
in my onboarding. So yeah, okay.
Glad to hear it's improved.
So it's
And we know you've
in
got
2021.
coming.
So 2021, you can replicate that for new commissioners to be onboarded. That, so you have the materials, you're not lacking, because I remember getting in. And I'm happy to search on my email.
Well,
can
and,
track it
and
out.
we know that the onboarding with Commissioner Snyder was even more, it built on that as well.
Okay,
So
good. Yeah,
like
so-
anything, it keeps getting better and better. So this is very helpful. On the policies and procedure under development, since June 1 of 2025, that's only like 8 months. The ones under development, is that what sort of reasonable time frame are you hoping to get all those done?
Well, those, some of those came to us very recently. So that's a list of everything that goes back that far.
Yeah.
There are a couple that go back to the summer that still aren't done. But for the most part, we're getting them, processed more quickly.
That's also why you're going to prioritize them.
Yes.
Right? You described that.
That's right.
So part of what this current board is doing for both agencies is trying to take stock of what our work is for the remainder of this calendar year. What we're all investing time and energy with our management staff on the county side to try and make sure there's a reasonable onboarding process for our new colleagues and clarity in terms of what is already ongoing, because when you come in as an elected official, you have to accept the decisions of the prior board and pick up with that and work towards the desired objectives of completion. And so we're trying to do a better job of noting that than what at least 3 of us experienced in 2019, where on the county side, there was a culture of, well, why do you want to know that? And so
So true.
we're just, we're trying to make sure that not only that you have a good board, but that we're leaving a onboarding path for them so that they can get the work that and direction done that you need done in calendar 27 done as seamlessly as possible. At the same time, they're trying to learn 2 agencies, support your budget development, decision making that first 6 months, and more that they're going to have to do. So that's a big thing on my mind. And so this was, I found this very helpful. Thank you. All righty. So now that takes us to CWS employee update. I know, Caroline, you've got other things going on.
For a little bit. And I'll
Okay,
be right away.
terrific.
Thank
So I just wanted to make sure board members were on track with that. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hopefully, we won't have any grumbling tummies during your section of the agenda.
Elizabeth's going to start us off. this morning.
Okay, thank you so much. We're emceeing, we're moving things. We got a lot going on today. So we're very excited to welcome Lee Dober and Jamie Waltz to speak with you and to give an employee update. Goodness. So this is actually a follow-on to presentation that we gave in July, I want to say 24, and trying to have somewhat more regular updates to you all on the state of what our workforce looks like and what we're doing to support them. So if we go to the next slide, we are going to cover, Holly will kick us off with an overview of the workforce, have a discussion around succession planning and what are some of the things that we are doing to get ahead of big retirements that we know are coming. Do an introduction to culture and development. You may have been used to seeing Chris White. We now have Jamie Waltz. Will describe sort of the slightly changed nature of the work that she is undertaking as she steps into that space. And then close out talking about some of the learning engagement that we're doing for the workforce. So I'm going to turn it over to our experts and just say welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Thanks,
Jamie?
Lola. Yeah.
Especially not that I'm holding up to you, Holly.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Good morning. My name's Holly Dober. I'm the Human Resources Director. I'll be providing you with information on the Clean Water Services workforce this morning. Starting with the structure, this slide, you may have seen this before in the budget book, but to get us grounded, just as a reminder, there's 3 functional areas, business services, engineering services, and then utility operations. We have 12 departments led by our 5 executives, and there are over 50 programs, so 50 plus programs delivering those essential services to our community. So our employees who do that work directly.
And Holly, I'm going to jump in just as a point of privilege and let board members watching at home know that there was a larger copy of the org chart in the packet. We know that's a little small there, so you let us have it to review at your leisure.
Well, I'm still tracking that my eyes changed with the heart attack I had, and I'm wondering if it's continuing to evolve. So thank you.
So I'm going to go on to the next slide. And so the people delivering these services are the primary point of service delivery for the community. So we have 500 total budgeted full-time regular positions. And of those, currently 249 of those positions are filled by non-represented employees. And we have 203 represented employees who are represented by the Teamsters Local 223 union. If you go down to the tenure section, you'll see here that approximately 50% of the employee population was hired in the last 5 years, with 31% working 6 to 15 years, 13% 16 to 25 years, and 3% over 26 years with the district. This slide also shows the gender and ethnicity details of the employee workforce at the district. Along with that, the district also hires temporary staff to help fill some of the roles, provide career development. So currently, as of December 1st, there were 17 temps that we also had on staff.
And I'll just remark on the temps. Over the years, through the budget process, the agency, one of the many things that this agency does so well is look at what positions it's using on a temporary basis, and when have those positions proven themselves to be such that those become permanent positions. And that's something that we've seen from budget year to budget year, and is something that I just appreciate you do so well.
So this slide that we're looking at here is on hiring and recruiting. And so if you look far over to that December tab, there were 48 vacant positions. Of those 48, 15 are in business services, 15 in engineering services, 11 in utility operations, and then there's 7 positions that are held. And those ones that are held are typically from a restructure. So we are not at this time going to fill those recruitments. Those are where we're holding for those savings for that 3% rate saving. And I'll touch a little bit more on that. Our goal in HR is to remain at a 90% minimum staffing level through hires and attrition. Our vacancy savings, Kathy mentioned earlier and showed a slide for Q1, but I'm happy to report that through December, we're approximately 4.5 million. So that is through the vacancies that we currently have that are not filled. So we've saved $4.5 million.
And is that the value of the 7 positions? Is that what you're saying?
It's the value actually of the 48 total.
Okay.
Which would include the 7. Yeah. And it's their total percentage of cost.
Okay.
And if Rick were with us today, I'm going to channel him and just lift up also that we have some vacant positions. Our HR team is doing a darn good job trying to get them, but especially on some of those more technical positions. And I'm probably stealing Holly's thunder, but
Yeah, I'm going to talk about that next. So
Go
you're
for it.
great.
All right.
But the slides are frozen. I'm pushing the button several times and they're stuck. There we go. Hopefully they don't
Zoom by us.
Zoom for us. Yeah. So we'll see what happens here. So we are tracking time to fill also. So it does take time to fill a position. Our goal is 90 days to fill, and that is tracked on a quarterly basis, as you see on this slide. The data shows that the HR team and the hiring managers are very efficient in the recruitment process. And time to fill is calculated from the day the job is posted through when the candidate receives the offer. And right now, one of our policies, since we were just talking about policies, there's a board approved policy that requires us to post all of our jobs a minimum of 14 days. So the data here includes failed recruitments. So as Elizabeth just mentioned, more recently, failed recruitments were at the time of offer, and the candidate declined due to a variety of different things. But the three main areas where we are hearing feedback on is our telecommuting policy. So not having a more flexible hybrid schedule. Pay, I mean, we follow Oregon pay equity law, so we need to make sure that we're in compliance when we offer the positions, and repetitively the vacation accruals. So we've had 3 recent declines of offers because of the vacation accrual level.
That it's not competitive.
Correct.
Is it not competitive nationally or not competitive Oregon or regionally?
I would say locally here, we are pulling benchmarking data because of these recent declines. And we're also hearing from internal staff too about vacation accrual levels being low and not competitive with other agencies.
So that's a double-edged sword because it hits your books.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and is this a reflection of both representative and non-representative? And so those are combined numbers.
Yes.
When you talk about the recruit value.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you at least competitive or comparable to Washington County?
Yeah, currently our vacation accrual levels are exactly the same as Washington County's accrual levels.
I want to commend you of your recruitment process. 2014, 23, 24, and now in more applications than before. You must, I'm assuming, that your recruitment process. Kudos to you. Have to celebrate it.
Yeah, thank you. It also, with us being in the media the last year, I'm really pleased to see that the number hasn't even tapered off further. So we are still a viable employer that offers good benefits and is competitive in pay compensation.
And when you look at those total applications received,
Yeah.
what about the total jobs available? I mean, were they
Yeah.
higher in those last 2 years as well?
It's been pretty actually consistent year over year. We typically have about 100 job openings every year.
So the number has increased for applications. per
Yeah,
job.
yes, yeah, yep. And so that we do monitor and track those because we want to make sure it's definitely a sign of the health and well-being of our applicant pool.
Is it also a sign of the job?
Labor market.
Labor market.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
the other question is,
Yep. Labor market. Okay. Okay, we also monitor turnover. That is currently trending at 3.21%. And that signals the well-being of the organization, the level of service delivery, and leadership effectiveness. And just benchmarking wastewater industries, their industry average for turnover ranges between 15 and 20%. So on a benchmarking scale, we do really well here with making sure our employees feel valued, appreciated. So we also monitor employees who are eligible to retire. So that's how we determine where we need to focus our efforts for succession planning. So this is determined by the time an employee is with CWS and their age. And so we don't have access to PERS databases, but we can use our own internal data to determine and kind of get a ballpark of where it is or where it could be. So currently the senior leadership, that is our positions that are senior or our service managers and above. So currently there's 3 out of the 13 that could retire. There are 8 supervisors eligible and 24 employees who are eligible. So that's about a 7.7% retirement rate overall, our entire workforce.
What defines retirement eligibility?
That's the age of
Just
the
age?
employee and then also tenure with Clean Water Services.
You're estimating when they're PERS eligible.
That's correct.
I mean, that's
Yep.
what they're,
Yeah, and they're PERS eligible.
that's an age and a years of service.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. So this data is important in succession planning. So we go through 5 phases of evaluation, identifying the risks. So the goal is to understand who may retire and when. We identify segmented roles, so meaning which positions are mission critical, those that have single incumbents or a specialized knowledge. And then we also look at positions that have management in them.
Go back just
Oh, yeah.
another
Yeah,
question
no
on the
problem.
workforce demographics.
Sure.
How are the number of people that we have working back after retirement? Is that reflected in this?
In the turnover?
Yeah, no, in the
Or
in
in
the
the
demographic.
demographic? Yes. So both in turnover, because they've turned, like if they termed in that year, we count them as a retirement. But then we rehire them as a retiree. So they're going to be also calculated in the demographics area too. And we have 2 of those current.
You're more wondering how they reflect in the,
Yeah.
the calculations for succession planning.
Yeah, I mean,
Years.
I'm just,
Yeah.
so we only have 2, is that what you said?
That's 2. Yep. We have 2 employees currently that are rehire retirees.
Like, do you count them as a risk to retire? Like, where are they in your succession planning?
That's a great question. So we have them, we look at where they're at. So when we've gone through these 5 phases, we identify where they're at. So one of them I'm going to talk to is that water resource recovery services manager. We have one out in our field operations area that's a high-level manager. And the gentleman that was sitting here earlier is one of them with the long tenure. So we look at when we're succession planning for those positions, we're looking at how can we identify the risks, and then we look at the objectives. Who in our current staff have the skills, the experience, the knowledge to do those jobs so that they potentially could be professional development pathways to get those positions and once we open them for recruitment. We also consider like lateral moves, development of assignments, recruitment timelines. The 3rd phase down there is that knowledge transfer. So we look at how to preserve institutional knowledge. So like with them was making sure we're writing down and documenting our procedures. We are also doing like job shadowing opportunities. So someone will come in and they'll mentor them and they'll shadow. And then we have the leadership development trainings, which Jamie will talk about. So we're making sure our staff have that professional development so that they could potentially step into those roles or as an interim. Number 4 there, the transition planning and transfer handoff. In that section, we formalize a transition plan so that there's a smooth transition when they leave. And then when either an interim steps in or we have open up a recruitment to fill it. So that could include like an overlap period of one from the next position or temporary coverage plans. And then 5 is monitoring and the recruitment plan. And so what we do there in that step is we look at where to determine when we're going to go out, who's going to meet the minimum qualification. And so we're looking internally and externally at the talent pool to see if there is talent out there that could fill these critical roles. So there's 3 examples there listed, and I mentioned, I'm not going to go through all 3 because we'll be here a long time because I could say a lot about all of them. But the Water Resource Recovery Services Manager, we had someone retire in that position. And so what we did was we looked at internal staff and we went through those 5 criterias to determine who could slide in as an interim, or do we need to open this and do an external recruitment? That way we could, ease and settle staff. So, and meet permit, make sure that we're meeting all of our operational objectives. So HR worked really closely with the management team to identify that. So that position is, as I mentioned, in wastewater facility. So when you move an interim into there, there's like a back trickle of a domino effect all the way down to the operational level. So when we moved Tom Stowe, you may have heard of that name. He's our interim there. And I worked really closely. It was a great project with Ryan Sandu and Tom Stowe to walk through that process. But we were able to give employees an opportunity for premium pay to step into these roles and do a little on the job training, but then function independently so that we don't have a gap or critical gap in any of our operations and deliveries. So it was really fun actually to do that. And we're working through that in all of our jobs as we look at even just not retirements, but attrition at the district.
Well, and looking at all of this information thus far and the operations chart, I recognize all these categories of work with programs and functions, but when you mention names, that's where I still have to practice.
Yeah.
I know we've had someone come and present on the natural systems enhancement stewardship. And I'm so bad with names that I couldn't produce a name
Yeah.
at all. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Every month, the HR team produces an organizational chart. And so it'll show where all the changes are in the vacants.
On the
Yeah, so we'll make sure you have it.
okay,
Yep,
awesome.
that'll be helpful. Okay, and then on the opposite end of the succession planning, we also work on expanding access to careers through internships, apprenticeships, and career paths. So those areas support professional development, particularly in expanding access to those certain positions. We are unique in what we do, so it's really important to build a talent pool early and get people interested in working in wastewater and stormwater. So this is one area where we have done, I feel like, a really good job of looking out and providing opportunity. And some of those temps that I mentioned earlier are from this pathway, one of these pathways.
And you've also done work over the years with both Clackamas Community College and Hood River Community College, both, haven't you?
So right now, the instrumentation apprenticeship program, that's in collaboration with Oregon, Boley, and then Portland Community College. So we have students that are taking their electives through Portland Community College, and then they're getting their hours by working at the treatment facility. So then they're eligible to take the test to get their electrical license. So that program is actually working really well. And these internships are all paid. So the engineering, we collaborate with the local colleges for the MECOP CCOP program out of Oregon State, Portland State University. And we have 3 students actually coming on board this year, 1 in March and then 2 in June. And those are 6-month internships. And then not only are the internships, but internally with human resources, we do long-term workforce development. So we're looking at building career paths. In the past, people would always say they have to leave clean water services to go somewhere else to get experience and then come back. But we have done a lot of work internally to build career pathways. So even starting at the operator level or intern level, all the way through management, including like associate engineer to an engineer, all the way up to a principal engineer into management that way. So we've defined these in matrices and we work directly with management to do that. Okay, so I am now going to turn the presentation over to Jamie.
Hey, I have a question
Sure.
for you, but I want to check with the chair to say when, like, questions for Holly to be addressed or
It
wait.
seems like now is a natural break.
Okay, I have a question for you, Holly.
Sure.
I want to just make sure I'm understanding the recruitment turnover slide here. There are, just so I understand, the resignations versus the number at the bottom. For example, FY 25, you have 495 number. Then I get the blue and I get the green and I get the brown or the yellow. But what is that number at the bottom? 495.
The employee, that
Number of
Oh,
employees.
yeah,
FTE.
total, yeah.
So,
total
Yeah, and the
employee.
bar,
And those are
the
budget.
blue is
Budget.
20 and then
Okay.
7 and 7.
7. Okay.
In the FY 25 one.
So out of the budget, what's budgeted? 490.
Mhm. Yeah, and the turnover doesn't include the temporary employees. It's just budgeted
Budgeted,
FTEs.
yeah, okay. And then we have the resignations versus we're about to bypass. If we go this direction, are we gonna be in this, do you project to be in where we were in FY 2025 then?
Yeah, I project that
Okay.
typically we get a lot of retirements in June.
Okay.
And so I foresee that same continuous trajectory.
And the number for FY 25 is higher than consistently in the past 3 years because of whatever has been happening.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Attrition or retirement.
Well, not just media. I
Right,
heard
right.
you say the word
Yeah.
media.
yeah, the media as well as, you know, the rest of
People's
Retirement.
demographics. Yeah,
Yeah.
It would have happened without the
right.
exposure.
Yeah, the FY 26 is more with media exposure because that starts in July and the
But
media.
25,
Yeah,
I was
So you're-
assuming it's higher. So why is it higher then? Because of the again,
it could be a multiple rate. Someone could be looking for another position, moving out of state. We had that in the past. We've had they want to change career paths, or they, want a new job or want to work somewhere else. So it could be a multitude of ranges.
I mean, those numbers are not huge, right? Like the
No.
difference from the prior year is only 5 additional
Yeah,
sort of resignations, and there's, similar number of retirements.
It hasn't been in double digits since FY 18.
I'd like to clarify something. So I'm
Mhm.
not sure I understand.
sure.
I think I heard, and I want to clarify that you were saying that there were resignations in 25 due to the exposure of clean water services in the media.
No,
No,
Okay,
she
I want to
did
make
not
sure
say
you,
that.
I want to make sure that.
Commissioner Fye
okay.
asked that. Holly said no to that.
Yeah, okay.
It would
I just
appear in
wanted to make
next-
sure that
Yeah.
that was, it
but
wasn't. clear to-
2026 is what you're saying could be because of what I heard.
correct.
Yeah.
That's when,
So-
if there
I heard
is,
it correctly. It's just not the year I was referencing.
Well, the answer isn't yes.
Yeah.
The answer is it could be one of many factors.
correct.
And why would it happen in 26?
But
Go ahead.
will you go
Excuse
ahead?
me.
Sorry, I not mind to answer.
The media stuff began in like March of 2025. So on average, if someone was going to move to another employer, it takes 60 to 90 days for them to move. So they wouldn't be calculated probably in 25. It would be that they left in 26.
But going back, I'm really sensitive, frankly, about attaching any media
Yeah.
exposure
Right.
to resignations. That's what I'm trying
Yeah.
to make
And-
sure I understand, and I'm sensitive about that. And given what Commissioner Snyder or Director Snyder was saying, we don't have a big number change here, so it's really hard to tie that to
Yep.
anything. So I just,
Yeah.
I really want that cleared up.
Right, yeah, that's correct. And every employee who leaves the district, we do an exit interview, and it's not mandatory, it's voluntary. We use that information. Sometimes it's a combination of morale, restructures, organizational change, benefits. So it's not just say, nobody's come forward. I can honestly say, I know nobody's come forward and said, I am leaving because of the media. I have not had one employee say that. It's usually a multitude range of things.
I mean, the trends that seem unusual in the last couple of years are that they're, and maybe, unusual in a good way, just from an accountability standpoint, there's a lot more terminations in the last couple of years than there were in many prior years. That's one trend. We had, unfortunately, it looks like a couple of employee deaths in those last couple of years, which we had none of in many prior years. I mean, those are things that seem a little bit unusual or a change in the trending of the data, but
Yeah.
it's hard for me to conclude that like there's a big change in overall resignations when it went up 5 in an entire year over an employee base of 500. I
And
don't know.
and some
I don't
of
know if you
those,
see that differently, but I'm
Yeah.
curious.
yeah, I do see very similar, like the change in termination. So those could be people not meeting probation. It might not be the right job.
Yeah.
Or it could be from a corrective action and progressive discipline. So it's a variety. It's like Pam had said earlier, it's a variety of things that cause the turnover.
Question I have on, the other question I have is, slide 4. But first I want to say that slide number 6, I really appreciated the how you advertise and get the word out for the jobs that are available. And I want to again commend your recruitment efforts. But if we go back to the demographics of our workforce, we are one of the most diverse county in Oregon, yet our employees don't match the county. I want us to have a conversation about what is a robust process looks like. Make sure that, we're aiming in that direction so that the people who are, the county matches the population in the CWS.
Careful with the drawing to a conclusion. You can have a robust process, but we've had this discussion in prior presentations where it depended upon, business services is 43% of the FTE, engineering services is 14, utility operations is 14. This is where the expanse of internships and apprenticeships and the career paths has been helpful to look at the overall pool. You have to look at the demographics over the point of time because the agency has, and we've seen it from both agencies, looking at what the job descriptions are, what the qualification pool is, and having those programs in place. So I recall those prior presentations, and I don't have concerns about how you're going about the recruitment process or the onboarding process, but you can't create a pool that doesn't exist.
No, I hear you. I'm not saying we need to create a pool that doesn't exist, but our intention does not match the impact, right? So if our intention is to match the demographics that exist in Washington County, then the impact we're having as we keep producing year over year, the number 82 has not changed, right, since I've been in the seat. So I think it's high time to have that conversation to say, how do we close this gap? There's a huge gap here. And I don't know what that concentrated effort looks like, especially with the current administration in the White House, because there's a focus on DEI. And I'm not saying you need to create, create something that rubs that, but you really have to, I would say it's pretty embarrassing that we keep having this in a high number and we keep celebrating the fact that we are one of the most diverse county in Oregon. And it just sort of, our actions do not match our.
That's the problem I have, is drawing that conclusion.
Well, if our words are one thing and then the action is over 82% consistently, then it's not matching, something is wrong. It's not the
It's
conclusion.
not the
it's-
action, it's the actual results to goal. There's a difference.
From the data sitting here, I can't tell whether we've been improving or not.
Yeah.
We just have
Well,
data
because
here and
prior presentations have given us
Fine.
the management level versus the remainder of the employee set. And so what we're at this juncture of is we have one board member who's interested in having a further analysis of that over the course of time and revisiting that. And so it's a board decision of if you want to ask the general manager to take on, the interim CEO to take on getting a further examination of that during the course of our work plan. So why don't we just capture that as a question?
I think, Stab, I don't think we need to do that because you've done that in the past and I keep these documents at my house in a cabinet. And I always, like, I went back and I think at one point noticed that we stopped actually disaggregating the management and the demographics in that. And I get it because it's also the same problem here. So I get why we stopped. So I don't think we need to recreate the wheel. I think you all have done that. I think it's with the addition, exception of Commissioner Snyder. This is his second year, so he wouldn't have a purview of the previous holders we've been getting. But I think of this as internal homework that our current commission can do on their own to revisit that materials and say specifically to the workforce over the years, because we have this information is what I'm trying to say, Chair Harrington, we don't need to do it. It's just a board level to say, maybe it is a good time to have this demographic. I know it's uncomfortable to talk about race and ethnicity at this current moment, but it will never get comfortable if we have race and ethnicity in our population, right? So we're not a homogeneous group. So
does the
it will always
organization
be-
have a goal? This is where I don't know this. That's why I'm asking as a newer board member, but does the organization have a goal to have its workforce reflect the community overall? It does not?
Does not.
Oh, that's, to me, that's the policy question that should be being asked in the future or near future and considering actions around that. But that's a bigger picture thing and not directly related to your presentation.
So, well, anyway, I was making a proposal. I was interrupted in terms of that.
Oh,
I'm just
sorry
going to
about that.
leave it there and ask the board, what would you like to do at this juncture? I could, well, let me offer the background as well for your benefit that under the former CEO, we did have a topic and a presentation, and in her role of serving as CEO, she did have particular goals that she was hoping to achieve with workforce development. We were supportive of hearing that and satisfied with that. So we did not feel we needed to, at that time, develop a set board policy. But at this juncture, I'm asking the three of you, what would you like to do now at this point in time with this agenda topic and where we are? What would you like to do?
I think in the near future, we should be having a discussion about how important it is to whether we want to set an organizational goal around having the workforce better reflect the community at large in Washington County, and what, if any, actions might be appropriate there.
Second that.
I'm comfortable with that. I think that as we move forward, we have to be very clear about what factors come to play in that, in getting to that goal, but that's for discussion later.
Okay. And so it sounds to me like you would like, that's been noted, and we'll move on with the remainder of the presentation.
Screen.
It doesn't project in the room. Oh,
Oh, thank you. I guess I need to improve
Now
my
it's
pressing
being
buttons.
recorded, so any Zoom attendees can hear you, but we still have to project in the space.
Hello, I'm Jamie Waltz. I'm the Culture and Development Leader, and I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about our Culture and Development Group. We have combined what was a former strategy team with what was known as Culture, Equity, and Learning, and I have stepped into that role with Chris White's retirement. But we're continuing a lot of the great work that had already been started under Chris's tenure. So this new program, the Culture and Development team, we're focusing on 3 particular areas, which still probably familiar because we're not really walking away from all of the great work we've started, but we're focusing on employee engagement. We also focus on our learning and how are we supporting learning culture here, as well as cultivating leadership and strategic skills. And so we work closely with Holly and her team in human resources to kind of round out how are we supporting trust amongst our employees as well as their growth and development. So in terms of engagement, there's a lot of really amazing things that we do. I am one of the people who's in the demographics of less than 5 years here at Clean Water Services. So I've been the beneficiary of our onboarding program. And we know that with how employees are onboarded can determine their tenure and engagement with the organization. We have an amazing onboarding program that lasts 6 months, and it gives new employees a really great overview of the breadth and depth of the work that we do at Clean Water Services and helps them understand how their particular job fits into the greater organizational perspective. We also support the Employee Advisory Council. We this year are going to be meeting 6 times during the year, and these are employees that participate on this council and uplift the voices of all employees across the organization. And we connect with the executive leadership team so that we're bringing forward what is on the hearts and minds of our team. One of the cool things we're going to be doing this spring is a showcase where it's kind of going to be like a science fair and bringing people together to highlight all of the great innovative work that we're doing. We haven't quite set a date yet, but we're working on that and have received quite a few submissions for those presentations. We'll continue with the Gallup employee survey. This is our benchmarking tool that we use to understand how our workforce is engaged and how they're feeling about their jobs and where they fit within the organization.
Is that the one that's every other year or every year?
The Gallup is every year. We
Thank you.
conduct it in the springtime. Yeah. And then the other thing is focusing on internal communications. And as Bruce Corden said, our team is going to be involved in how are we rolling out the communication of some of these new policies so that employees really understand what does it mean for me and how am I supposed to take in this information so that I am following the new policies or updates to policies that we're making. In terms of learning, We have been doing trainings on specific topics. These are a lot of topics that we hear the need from our workforce. We've been holding trainings on facilitation, managing conflict. We brought in cultural speakers to broaden perspectives, and then effective meetings. Just to name a few, we continue to hear different topics that people would like to be expand their learning and ability and skills on. So we bring those forward. One of the other programs that I think is really great is the Clean Water Leaders, and we just finished up a cohort yesterday. I've been the beneficiary of internal leadership programs at other jurisdictions that I've used, and that had set me on my leadership potential or my leadership curve in those organizations. And so to have Clean Water Service invest in a program to develop our leadership is, I think, a really, really special aspect of what we do. And we just finished our cohort. We're going to be taking a look at how we want to continue to grow that program, and we'll be doing another cohort in the fall. I am off the top of my head, I think we've done 5 cohorts so far. And then we're also working on establishing project management approach across the organization. And not that we haven't been doing project management, we do it really well, but oftentimes we have different terms or different ways that we approach things. And so we've been working on creating some common language and common approaches across all of our different disciplines that do project management, so that it helps break down silos, it helps break down confusion when somebody's using a different term to mean the same things. And we're teaching the project management classes to support people to take the certificate exam if they so choose. And then we do targeted leadership and coaching and mentoring as well.
And I just have to jump in and have a little moment of celebration. We got through our first cohort in that project management, and we had our first person take and pass the PMP, which is a very rigorous test.
Yeah.
So just a little kudos.
Yeah, we'll be starting our second training cohort in March, and had a lot of people who are really interested. So that cohort is already full and getting ready to launch.
The other comment I'll make here is just about the leaders training that you're doing. In my prior role as mayor, I helped teach some of just do a 30-minute or 1 hour kind of thing about what sort of community leadership looks like. If that's ever helpful, I'm sure other members of the board would probably be willing to participate in. I don't think we could be a primary instructor of any of that, but I think it does add a flavor sometimes to leadership that it's hard for people to get a lot of information about outside of something like that.
I know that I attended the graduation of one of the, and it was great for me to see the folks and also talk about what our role is.
Yeah. Well, we do panels, so thank you for offering that.
That would be
Yeah.
That'd be a very comfortable way to participate.
I think it's a great way to get our staff just to open perspective and understanding about all the different levels and types of leadership that exists, and the pathways that you can take within an organization. So we just wanted to, put an exclamation point around this with some data. This comes from Gallup, which is this benchmarking survey that we do use. And this, I'm not going to talk through all of it, but it basically says that those employees who sit within the top 25% of being engaged and happy and content in the workforce have better outcomes in well-being, productivity, better outcomes towards our customers. Those that are in the lower 25%, there's more turnover, absenteeism, and it just kind of follows and really underscores the importance for us to be investing in our workforce, to grow them, to make sure that they feel engaged and connected to not only their jobs, but the greater organization. And so just in summary, we don't do this, in a silo. It takes a lot of
input from all over the organization, especially our partnership with Human Resources. We really want to ensure that our employees have a best day. And so our team gets to be a part of that. We're going to continue to plan for the future of our workforce, looking how we recruit and then retain. We know it is costly to replace employees, so we want to make sure that we're growing within our organization. There's many different ways that people learn and connect and grow, and so we're continuing through communications, engagement, building trust to make sure that we're meeting as many needs in different ways as we can. And we're here to deliver the best outcome for our ratepayers as possible.
Commissioners, directors, do you have any questions or comments?
Beyond what I've already said.
Yeah.
Thank you for your work.
Yeah, great presentation. I don't know if I like the project management piece of it. I'm also used to having employees having the opportunity to participate and learn like process improvement skills. Perhaps that's also a good combination with the project management that you could offer some of and I think it would also benefit process improvement. Big fan.
So my question was just going to the operations chart. And so back in July, on July 30th, it was called Culture, Equity, and Learning, and now it's called Culture and Development. Okay, thank you very much. Terrific. So we are now at 11:51. We have a lunch break now.
We do. We're right on time.
And then we'll pick back up on Performance Excellence and Roadmaps 2.0 at 12:50 p.m. So see y'all back here in an hour. Okay, we are back to the Clean Water Services Board of Directors work session this Friday afternoon, February 6th, 2026. We have 4 of the Board of Directors, Catherine Harrington, Pam Treese, Jason Snyder, and Nafisa Fai. Director Jerry Willie is excused. So we're picking back up on our agenda with Performance Excellence and Roadmaps 2.0.
All righty. Good afternoon, CWS Board of Directors. For the record, Elizabeth Edwards, Chief of Staff, joined by Jamie Waltz, our Culture and Development Leader. Delighted to be talking to you about our about Performance Excellence and Roadmaps 2.0. And the purpose of this presentation is really to discuss our past engagement with Baldrige, why we are proposing to end further engagement and pursuit of the award, and instead pivot into a deeper investment on our roadmap process and using that as a functional tool for continued organizational improvement. So this is the presentation overview. We're going to give you that history, where we've been, a status update on Baldrige, and then transition into roadmaps. What is our history with roadmaps? Where and how have we developed them? And then what does the future look like on that front? So, thank you for being the clicker. Baldrige Performance Excellence. This is our light application that we submitted in 2023. Clean Water Services began its engagement with Baldrige in 2019. And this was an effort to define key systems and look at our, and get some both internal and external assessments on performance. The way Baldrige works is that you have an organizational profile. You look at 7 different categories around leadership, strategy, identifying your customers, workforce operations, results, and then into measurement and analysis and knowledge management. I'm so grateful for the flow of today because I get to reference back to our CWS employment update wherein we talked about that 50% of the organization being here less than 5 years. We had looked at Baldrige as a tool for knowledge transfer in that place, right? When we had folks that had been around for many, many years, had deep institutional knowledge, this was one way that we could look at some organizational improvement and as a way to get into repeatable processes. That's one of the things that Baldrige is really big on. How do you define what those repeatable processes are, make sure there is knowledge around those, and then fold in a process for continuous improvement. So that's the structure. Go to the next one. So again, 2023, we submitted our Performance Excellence Light application. We had evaluators come on site. We received opportunities for improvement. And then in 2024 and 25, we were reviewing and implementing on those opportunities for improvement. Also in 25, we had some key staff turnover that had specifically been working on and helping to drive our work specifically on Baldrige. And it gave us a moment of, with everything else that also happened in 2025, a moment of reflection of, do we move forward and keep pushing with all of the additional work that would be required in order to submit for the Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award? Only 18 are given every year. It's a huge undertaking from a staff perspective to actually put together and submit for that. Ultimately, we decided, let's take what we've gleaned from this that is working for knowledge transfer, that is working for cross-departmental collaboration and strategic direction, and really invest there. And that comes in the form of the roadmaps. So a quick history on roadmaps before I pass it over to Jamie. Thank you. So this is our roadmap workbook. Folks are probably familiar with this from our budget process. We created our first roadmaps in 2020 and began that sort of workbooking process, actually published them in fiscal year 21. And you can see on this timeline how we built on this structure over time, adding program roadmaps on top of department roadmaps, looking at strategic roadmaps. Late last year, you all received a presentation about our long-term regulatory compliance roadmap. And after this presentation today, we'll be talking about our climate action strategic roadmap. So we now have this great structure that captures the work that we do across the district at multiple levels. And actually, if you go to the next slide, at the strategic level, right, sort of overarching enterprise, at the department level and program level. And we've realized we have a lot of information. It is a great resource for staff. I will say this year I took on additional responsibilities. The first thing I did was look at the roadmap to understand, for those teams that were new to me, what work was in process. And it was a great way for me to understand and get a snapshot. So this is good, but we can do better. And so that's why we are initiating a process of updating the roadmaps, this roadmap 2.0 process. And that's what Jamie is helping to undertake.
So I've been asked to take a look at the roadmaps, and I think through continuous process improvement, see where we can take this. As Elizabeth said, we don't want to lose sight of all of the great work that we have done in the roadmaps. And when I came to Clean Water Services about 2.5 years ago, I was really impressed that we had this document that captured all of the work that we did across the entire organization. So it was a great tool for me to learn about the organization. I have heard a lot of feedback from staff across the district about all over the spectrum about their feelings about the roadmap, which I think gives us an opportunity to look at how do we evolve this so that it meets the needs of the organization. So we've been looking at what is working well and where do we have opportunities for improvement. One of the key things that I've heard from folks is that they really want to understand how their work connects to all of the other departments and programs that exist, as well as the strategic roadmaps. And so I think that's a real opportunity for us to get clear on that. So the goal of the project is to simplify. And when we talk about simplify, we're not talking about making it easier, but we're talking about really getting clear on what is the roadmap and where do we want to, how do we want to use it and what does it entail? And so we're undertaking a process that we've already started to engage staff in a conversation about what's useful to them, what would they like to see change, what would they like to see stay the same. We've already conducted 2 focus groups with our senior managers team as well as our employee advisory council. We'll be conducting a couple more focus groups in March, and then we'll take and be compiling all of that data to really see where we can simplify, clarify, sharpen the purpose and the content of the document. In the summertime, we're going to take out that prototype, get feedback, and then start the implementation in the fall in time for entry so that we get it prepared for next budget. So this is for budget, not the current budget, but for budget fiscal year 28. So we're looking a little farther out because we've already completed the process that will be submitted along with the current budget we're working on.
So the key takeaways here are respecting the investment of time and effort that went into Baldrige and taking what works well, but not continuing in the pursuit of the actual award. We're working to right-size the program. So that we are meeting the needs of staff and also meeting the needs of the board, frankly, and how we communicate. And making sure that the roadmaps are as effective as they can be, right? They've sort of grown over time, and now is the perfect opportunity to say, okay, how do we make sure that we're getting really clear on the needs that we are meeting, we're getting really clear on the audience, and we're truing up and making sure that it's the most effective tool that it can be in order to serve the organization.
Okay, I'll turn the floor over to the board. Do you have any questions or comments?
I appreciate the explanation. I have heard the reference to Baldrige a number of times on the roadmaps, and just having the overview given when I joined is helpful. And I like the fact that we're going to focus on using what was useful and not be necessarily spending a bunch of time and resources on just an award that may not really enhance our operational effectiveness. So thank you for that.
This was very succinct presentation, so I don't have any questions for you other than to just level set my own understanding. Roadmap update process every year. And it's safe to say that then you're in the middle of a discovery and engagement right now, and will that come back to us, to this board? Will we have visibility of discovery and engagement? When is that?
Yes, I'm going to make just a slight adjustment. Okay. So we update the roadmaps every year because as for the departments and programs, we look another year out. And so that we have departments and programs filling in that information to make sure they're rolling over. Now, this process of undertaking an update, that's not an annual thing. This is a point in time where we're saying, let's, as we are making this shift, make sure that we are making the investment to have this be the best possible tool and to right size it.
So to reinforce that, the department and program roadmaps are for 3 fiscal years, and they update the status and make sure they continue to look out a rolling 3 years. That's what she was summarizing. Thank you.
So Did you have another question?
No, I'm-
Okay.
thanks.
Didn't want to interrupt here. I reflect back on 2019. And I think the first time we heard about this was in Chicago at WEFTEC. Remember that? Am I right, Chair? Yep. And that we were all there, and this was the presentation that the CEO was interested in pursuing. But I do remember at that time that we were never really wedded to the idea of the award. That wasn't always it was more about the efficiencies and the clarification that we were focused on. I think I'm right about that. Is that what you remember as well? So I guess where we are today isn't necessarily separated from that, but it's the Baldrige program does have an award. It does have, the golden chalice out there, but it isn't, I didn't think that was always what we were headed toward. But I like the fact that we are taking a pause, looking at what's effective, what's working, what isn't working in the system, as well as continuing to have that rolling 3 years at the same time. So I'm in support here.
As for me, where we started was there was a need to document repeatable processes for the very reasons that the overview got to. Where I struggle a little bit is you verbalized it very well, but that need hasn't been documented in the presentation nor in the discussion paper. Okay, so but we do hear the vocabulary around strategy, program, departments, roadmap overall. So it's like, okay, so how is the roadmap achieved the goal of addressing the need? Right now, I know that there has been tremendous collaboration within departments, across the organization. So towards that end, I feel that you've accomplished a lot. I'm not disappointed. Okay. I will admit, I did pull out the roadmaps book during the budget process, but I haven't looked at them since. But I sit here wondering, okay, so there was an original need that I still identify with, right? Workforce has changed, and we know we'll continue to have retirement, career development, all that. We're still going to be in the business of what we do. But compared to the need, I can't articulate, okay, well, so did we ballpark identifiable processes that we needed to document? And so for the first 3 years, I'll say, because we did have a original set of roadmaps, we were given these big books, we have big sheets of paper, right? So I'm looking more for metrics of how to fully appreciate how far you've come, right? And so how do you assess that? There was the original goal, there's where you got by a particular point. We have these 24, 26 roadmaps, and we know you'll have a new board in 27. So how do you want them to appreciate the value of these roadmaps, the strategies, the objectives? And where does the word process fill in? Did we use the word process just because we're such an engineering driven organization that was the natural word versus I'm running off of memory here. You've got the document right there, but I remember opening the pages and there was, okay, here's the strategy, here are the objectives, and here are the goals for 1 year to the next. And there were all kinds of measures and things like that. And I was like, Okay, am I supposed to remember all this? No, but I do appreciate that you have figured that out to the level.
Mm.
Absolutely. So, but towards where do you want to go to the future? I also want to commend Rick for using, if I might, a colloquial term. He called it roadmap redux, right? And so here we are in February of 26. What you've let us know that, today we went over the long-term regulatory compliance, climate action. You have this process. You'll have multiple board members that will be starting with a new board. And how do you want them to be able to champion with their new colleagues that this is an organization that knows what it certainly knows what its mission is, why it does what it does, but further how it goes about doing that. Sort of as demonstrated by what? The fact that we have the set of processes. I'm pulling a number out of the air, 300 processes. What do I know? And we're updating the set for roadmap 2.0. So that's all. Or hopefully that's all. I know with the way the workforce has evolved and the definition of the organization, I don't regret for a second that there was an examination of organizational processes, so to speak, in the grand sense, for how could we pull something in, reference something in order for us to get from somewhat of the unknown across the organization to something better known. So I think, this is take the victory lap, because you did go through the Baldrige Light. And I know from prior presentations, all available on the website already, the level of engagement in meetings, and what we have now is the second set of roadmaps. We lost our monitors, which is why she's signaling to you.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. So just part of that, taking the victory lap, you did the light. This aspect of the organization was engaged. Now you've taken stock of how they've helped you with what we do now and into the future, and how do we ground that in this process? So I have no problem at all supporting this process
Thank you, Chair.
at all.
And I appreciate the sort of request or challenge around what are our metrics? Or how do we know that we will be successful in this process? And we will include that when we come back to the board with an update on this.
Great.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Any final closing thoughts or comments? Terrific.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Okay. And you're going to be stuck with us again.
Well, that's okay. Now we get to go into the climate action strategic roadmap.
All right, and we're just going to give it a minute to pull that up.
I have to say, we're doing great with time. What's going on?
It's almost like I've been here a little while and
Are
I'm
we
starting
not
to get
being
the flow.
challenging enough? What's going on?
Well, as Rick would say, they had a couple of
Rep sessions, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So while this is coming up, we are providing an update on the climate action strategic roadmap update process. Again, for the record, Elizabeth Edwards, Chief of Staff, at Clean Water Services. when I first joined, one of my assignments as a new executive leader at Clean Water Services was to step into this space and take a look at our climate work. And it's candidly one of the things that attracted me to clean water. The mission that this organization has around its dedication to science and to protecting the environment and to planning for the climate impacts that we're both seeing now and into the future is really inspiring. And so just to get to be a part of the sort of tradition and good work that has been built here is really fantastic. And you'll see neither Jamie nor I are technical experts. We are stewards in this space, and Jamie, in her prior role with the strategy team, helped to facilitate and convene our table of experts, and she is an expert facilitator. So very lucky to have her in this space. If we go to the next slide, similar, we'll provide a background on the first climate action roadmap and the development process that we've undertaken to get this updated strategic roadmap. We'll touch on implementation. It is a work in progress. So this is sort of a preview of what we're looking at, and then go into next steps in this space. Kick it over to Jamie.
So I'm going to talk about the process that we went through and the scaffolding that we're building around this, and Elizabeth is going to talk about the details of the actual plan. So when I came to Clean Water Services, the first version of our strategic roadmap had just been recently completed, and there was a gallery walk with a lot of subject matter experts to capture all the different projects that were either already being done that related to climate or were hopeful to be done in the future around that. And there are about 89 different projects that were collected and put into a spreadsheet. Not all of them were in progress, but in spirit of how we learn and evolve as organizations, it was great because we never had anything. So starting from a blank piece of paper can always be, not as easy as responding to something that's already created. So when I started in the fall of 2023, I was asked to take the climate roadmap, the strategic roadmap, and help operationalize it. So I formed a newly formed committee, and we looked at what was needed in order to start to implement the strategic plan. And some of the feedback that I got was there was not necessarily 100% clarity around the direction and what exactly was our strategy. So we decided as a committee to start the version 2.0, which is what you have in front of you today. So we wanted to honor all of the work and learning that had been done to create the first roadmap. And we also, so we started on a process. I'll move to the next slide. So we formed a steering committee. So we had members who had been involved in the first iteration, but we said, okay, there are people missing out at the table. And to really have a successful project or program, it's important to have the right people at the table. So we took a look at who was missing and then added those people to the mix. And then Elizabeth stepped in as our executive leader on the project. We wanted to look at different inputs, and working with our CCE group, we were able to add some climate questions to the stakeholder survey that was conducted, the last one in the summer of 2024, which helped to inform some of the information in our current iteration. We worked with the steering committee and brought in additional voices that needed to be help augment what we were forming. And then again, we have been doing climate work for a really long time, and we had a lot of great information in the first roadmap. So we wanted to honor all of that and carry it forward while creating a very clear, definitive strategy for what was the direction that we were heading in for Clean Water Services.
Can I offer up that with the 1.0?
Yeah.
Remember, we went over that in a roundtable over at the utility
Field
building
operations, yeah.
at Menlo.
Mhm.
Yeah, off of Menlo. And after that, in association with that, there was something underway. And then I remember reviewing something after the fact. But there was a project, I'll use that word, to go through scenarios. And there had been scenario planning in the past, but based upon recent history, and this follows our having a heat dome, right? This follows after we had gone to Copenhagen, I think. And we were seeing here in the summer on the west side, so in our 12th River watershed, were thunderstorms and cloud burst and surges of rainfall in different seasons. And I remember commenting them that it was somewhat reassuring to me that the organization had gone through some updated scenarios and really asked itself the question of how resilient are our operations? But what I've continued to hold since then is that those conditions continue to evolve, right? That atmosphere, the ecosystem continues to change. And I, as one member of the board, rely upon your having a periodic system to analyze, okay, we had prior scenarios. What have we learned? What has been the behavior over the last few years? Because there is no climate change recipe, right? Or guidebook. So I think as a board member, this is one of the particular roadmaps that I've it's been the easiest for me to think about versus, the science of wastewater recovery or water reuse, because I'm a generalist, always have been, always will be. But this, I feel like the climate change, climate action is something I can relate a little bit more to. So I just wanted to offer that up, that for me, it's been very relatable.
Thank you, Chair.
So you're familiar, I believe, with this diagram because it was the same one that we used with the long-term regulatory compliance. And so as we were developing the current iteration of the plan, we had input from different disciplines and subject matter experts across the organization. So where we're at now with the roadmap that is in your packet is we have gotten really clear on two primary goals: the climate mitigation, how are we reducing the greenhouse gas emissions and so increasing sequestration, and then adaptation. To your point, Chair, how are we managing the impacts that we are seeing for our infrastructure, for our operations, so that we are better able to handle whatever climate events we're incurring. So with that, I'm going to pass it back to Elizabeth, who's going to go into a little bit more detail about the content of the plan.
Yeah. And you'll be familiar with these two goals because they're the same two high-level goals that you have in the Washington County plan, which I brought a lot of visual aids with me today.
Great. Works for me.
Yeah. It's great. And it's a great plan. And so I think you all know, but just to start up front, mitigation and adaptation are not clean, independent categories, right? There's a lot of overlap in that Venn diagram. And so there's sort of natural push and pull between them. But for the purpose of putting together the strategic plan, we try and define them in unique categories. And what I'm going to do, the way we structure this, and we went back and forth, and maybe we end up a little bit garbled on our flow, but here's how I'm going to walk through it. Each goal, what the strategies are, and then talk about the sort of first initial strategy that we will be digging into, and then close out that goal with some examples of the work that we're already doing. So On the goal of mitigation, which our focus is not just on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but also on carbon sequestration, which is natural with a lot of the work that we do, and I'll highlight some of those things. The first strategy is to get a really good inventory on what our emissions are. And we've done some work in that space. We've identified some gaps. I'll dig into that a little bit more on the next slide. After we have that strong baseline, to set some targets, right? What gets measured gets managed. So those two work together in that space. Number 3, continuing to audit and upgrade our energy systems. If Rick were here, he would say, we've done a lot of work in this space already. Again, this is an area of continual improvement. So that is sort of perennial work. Number 4, implementing renewable energy alternatives. We've been coming to you talking about RNG and briefing on the progress on that front. We've had cogeneration at our Durham facility for many years now, but other things in that space. And number 5 is really looking at systems that sequester carbon. So those are our strategies that roll up under the mitigation goal. So when you look at our implementation plan, we think a lot about what are the independent strategies that can just continue on their own, and what are the sort of baseline things where we need to really move them first to inform other work. Having a good inventory will impact our ability to really target the most impactful investments around reductions. So we had a staffer in our research and innovation group that did fantastic work setting us up with a strong initial carbon footprint, but it also identified some data gaps. And some of those data gaps are actually based on our industry, our sector. We don't have fantastic data around the wastewater sector. So we had, this individual was actually working with the U.S. Water Alliance. So working with some of the brightest minds across the country to develop what will be the standard for our industry. If you think about the work that we do in the biologic processes that we have, it's not just about carbon, it's about methane, it's about nitrous oxide, these really sort of intensive greenhouse gas emissions, and how to measure for those. So working with some experts at the national level, helping to inform that process, we think that that is maturing, which is really great, and building on the work that we have already done to help fill in some of those gaps. So that's what that inventory piece will look like.
And I also mentioned here, and this goes back to my thinking about where we've been as a board, right? As we've had 2 new colleagues join us during that overall timeframe that 3 of us have been here. Part of what I was keeping in mind as you've been going over this goal is you deliver service at the same time as from one year to the next. You don't control the growth of our service area. You have to respond to it. So here you are trying to reduce emissions at the same time that either your volume increases or your processes for doing the work evolves and changes. And I think those are some factors that your new board members, when they try to come up to speed, they're going to be, well, Commissioner Snyder's been a really great test for this. And you mentioned towards the end of your first year how much you had learned about the business of clean water services and how the processes worked, and chemicals and things like that you shared. And so I just wanted to offer up that fact that you deliver service while it is growing. The service load is growing, and you're working on these strategies has to respond to, that growth hasn't flatlined yet. So So anyway, you're a very responsive agency. Did that.
Thank you. So some examples of work that's already in process on the mitigation front. I've already referenced our renewable natural gas work. When we do our board planning review, you'll see that on the agenda coming up in the future for a board update. That second one, completing inventory of aeration basin nitrous oxide and other greenhouse gas emissions in partnership with the Water Research Foundation. That is some of the work that we are doing that is going to inform our baseline inventory. That secondary process in the aeration basin with those when the bugs really get to work, figuring out how we can actually quantify the amount of nitrous oxide that is created through that process. And if there are things, frankly, that we can do to augment how much is released during that process.
So we know it's happening right now.
We
just
do.
don't, there's not great ways to measure the off-gassing.
Not yet, but it's under development. And then the last item, actually, Director Snyder and Director Willie got to get a little preview of when we were at WEFTEC and met with the folks at Crew Carbon. And actually, I'm going to go back one. That upper image is an image of the part of the pilot with Crew Carbon. So these folks, go back to there, they've developed a process wherein we can replace hydrated lime with a ground calcium carbonate. And not only is that calcium carbonate take less greenhouse gas emissions to produce, so we've lowered our footprint there, but also through the process of using it, it captures and sequesters carbon. So you get a double benefit out of it. And that's currently taking place, I believe, at our Rock Creek facility.
I think the financial part of that is an interesting part of the story. So part of how that, correct me if I'm
Please,
wrong,
yeah.
but from my learning, the production of that material that we need to use does cost quite a bit of money. But the company that's producing it is basically selling
Sequestration.
Yeah, credits and using that money to produce the product, which we then use to pull carbon out of the process. So very interesting. I mean, I had never even remotely considered that would be a business model that would be working, that is providing a product to us that allows us to do something better. I don't think we're really having to pay for the product right now is sort of the way it works. And anyway, it's just interesting part of the story, I think, overall.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I think sometimes there's an assumption that mitigation is going to cost just a ton of money.
Yeah.
And
It usually does.
it often does.
That's why.
Yeah. But
Well,
there
in
are
this case, it's costing someone,
Yeah,
not us.
That's good.
there are ways to be creative in this space, and getting to work with the scientists that we have here that are looking at applied science is just really inspiring. Because we're also thinking about, how are we spending ratepayer dollars, right? To make sure that we are doing right by ratepayers, doing right by the environment, thinking about that near-term impact and long-term impact. So pivoting to goal 2, adaptation. So how do we prepare, respond, and recover from the impacts of climate change? We have 7 strategies under this header. The first is around assessing the risks and likelihood of something happening to our facilities and operations. The second one is looking at if we need to revise any of our regulatory requirements, policies, or procedures. We're undergoing an update to our design and construction standards now around stormwater. This is a perfect example of what we're thinking about in that space. The third strategy is prioritizing infrastructure upgrades so that they can withstand climate hazards. So not just building for the weather that we have today, but into the future, as the chair referenced. 4 is continuing to think about how we protect staff from extreme weather. I think we're doing a pretty good job now, but we know that that's going to continue to evolve over time. 5 is building resilient ecosystems. We do all of our work with our natural systems group, making sure that we have resilient ecosystems. And then 6 and 7, collaborating with regional partners and getting data like what Jamie referenced with that survey of our stakeholders about how are we doing climate work? How do they perceive us doing climate work? What do they want to see from us in that space? It just helps to inform work going forward. So if we're looking at that first strategy, the sort of launch into it, there's actually a micro and macro example on here. So looking at it two ways. That risk and vulnerability assessment, actually sub B, that gives us the strategic evaluation of how exposed we are, right? How sensitive a system we have to climate impacts. We have, again, similar to the greenhouse gas emission, we have some information here, but we have some data gaps. And so taking a closer look at that space and really looking at both our gray and green infrastructure there. And then I'm actually going to touch on the downscale data on the next slide.
So on
Yeah.
B,
Yes.
go back there. So B, you say the gray infrastructure, buildings, pump stations, sewer lines, and then the green infrastructure, Fern Hill.
Yes.
Fern Hill,
Good example.
and obviously the river and how we cool the river with
Yeah.
trees and all. So, okay, I just
Yep.
want to make sure I'm understanding.
That's precisely
Okay.
right. And to some extent, it would also impact our stormwater infrastructure, right?
As well.
Yes, exactly. So some examples of what we're doing, that downscaled climate change informed precipitation and temperature projections. Chair, this is sort of what you were referencing. So we have some very smart people that are looking at international data that comes down to national data, that comes down to regional data, and getting down into very narrow blocks and projecting where cloud cover is going to be, where we expect atmospheric rivers to hit more frequently, and really drilling down so that we have basin level information to know where our hotspots are going to be. Where can we expect flash flooding to be the most impactful? And making sure that we are building infrastructure for 2040, right? For looking ahead. Because if we can anticipate that flash flooding is going to happen in a particular area, we're going to build a little differently there than if it's not happening today. So that's
Did you say 2040?
2040.
Is that far enough out?
Depends on the type of infrastructure, frankly. Yeah, how big of an investment is it? How long do we expect the life of that piece of infrastructure to last? So a stormwater facility versus a pipe in the ground, right? Very different lifespan for those. And then we have our climate adaptive plant material study that our natural systems group is doing out at the farm that we have. So knowing that the climate of Northern California is likely, that climate pattern is likely to move up to where we are now. And so they are actually undergoing a multi-year study with plants from that region to see how they take in our region and if there are any unintended consequences, negative or positive, that comes from planting those. We know that rapid climate change is outpacing plants' ability to actually migrate with the speed that the climate is changing. And so being really thoughtful about, okay, do we need to take certain species of trees and think about planting them here, especially when proactively, right? And when we're looking at emerald ash borer and the die-off of ash trees and what are we going to replace them with?
And now oak tree.
And now oak trees. So being thoughtful in that process to make that sort of green infrastructure investment in what has longevity, the climate that we expect
The
here.
fact that we have to do that, it's making me mildly sad right now. I'll move on.
We're going to be growing artists.
Ivan, do you happen to know how things are going with the Japanese beetle quarantine?
I can get you an update on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, do you have an example of projects in process, project place around protecting staff? I mean, you displayed these two examples,
Yeah.
but can you share?
I mean, a lot of the current heat protections come from OSHA. And we fully abide by all of those protections. We actually got input from our safety and risk folks on this portion. So, making sure that folks are taking appropriate breaks, getting access to shade, getting access to electrolytes, water, all of those things. But we're also thinking about in the future, are we going to have potential for increased vector issues, right? I mean, the type of hazard may likely change over time. And so it's also making sure that we're staying abreast of that. And, we might need to get a little bit ahead of where necessarily state regulation is just to make sure that our staff is protected.
And hear anything around like a cooling suits, body suits that people can wear out there? Hearing any rumblings about?
I
the
haven't, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Yeah, I haven't personally. But I mean, it gets on a hot day. If you're outside, on concrete, so our folks will also shift when they do their work, right? A lot of our
Right,
teams
okay.
start at 6 a.m. And so they're going to complete their work earlier and then come inside during the heat of the day. So there are other ways that we can make sure that folks aren't getting overtaxed physically.
There is a like emergency, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And as innovative out there, bodysuit, not my idea. Right online.
Thank you. So I'm turning it back to Jamie.
So now that we have the strategy and the directions that we're heading with the two goals, we're looking at how do we actually operationalize this plan so it doesn't become shelf art. And the great thing that with me being on the project to look at the roadmap redux, get to think really about how do we have the strategic roadmaps be these through lines and thread through the department and programs. So I'll be in the process of rechartering the committee because we're in a different mindset from creating the plan to now implementing. So we're taking a look at what is the committee's role now moving forward. We want to establish some consistent methodology for the departments to understand what the roadmap means and how do they start to look at projects or programs that they're going to be doing to help support these strategies in the roadmap, helping them understand what it means to them and how to look at it kind of as a lens. So, there's a lot of factors to weigh as we're thinking about what are we mitigating and how are we adapting, and we want to be really thoughtful about that. We're going to look at the interdependencies, as Elizabeth touched on. There's getting better data on and building on the greenhouse gas inventory that we've conducted and looking at a risk and vulnerability assessment, and then monitoring progress to ensure that we're making progress on this.
Could I ask a question here?
Yeah.
I guess I'm rolling this up a little higher and thinking, we're talking about adaptation and mitigation. There's another piece, since what's different for me dealing it here at Clean Water Services is our mission is around the river. It's around our basins. And so a third arm of this is really what are the impacts?
Yeah.
And Chair, you touched on it a bit with the emerald ash borer, all those other pieces. So, I guess that I'm not sure how we get continual information and comfort around what are the impacts to our area of climate change as well, and our responsibilities when you look to the river. Is that included in a climate action plan, or does that happen operationally in a different area?
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying, which is unusual. I usually track what you're saying.
Okay, well, let me try again. I think of what we're talking about here is what tools do we have around mitigation? What tools do we have around adaptation? Then a whole separate impact level of climate change is to the basic mission of this organization around the Tualatin River and the protection of the Tualatin River. And I just don't know.
Just what the climate itself,
Yeah,
the
the
impact
impact,
is. to
yeah.
that,
And I don't,
Irrespective of our actions, just sort of
Right.
like what's happening.
right, and
Interesting.
I don't know where, we talk about a climate strategy, and I understand that's around the tools that we have, mitigation, adaptation again. But I don't know where we take into consideration and where we are advancing our knowledge around the impacts to this area and what our responsibilities are in relationship to that.
Director Treese, are you thinking about things along the line from tracking 1 year to the next? Because we have lots of sensors all over
Yeah.
the watershed. What is the temperature in different places of the water? What is the volume of water?
And the heat index across.
Yeah.
So, and the reason I'm asking this is that we're talking ultimately about the roadmap.
Yep.
Right? So if the roadmap is associated with climate,
Yep.
where in fact is the roadmap for those other research-based and awareness-based pieces in relationship to climate? Does that make it, are you,
Yeah, a little bit better.
okay, but it's not.
Well, your latter part, I think about, okay, so they're looking at the externalities that are
Mhm.
influencing our operation and how we operate. And mitigation is around, easy for me to get my head around the greenhouse gas emissions, but also the adaptation of those externalities. But I also think about how if, we look at the steering committee diagram, they're not only delivering the service of wastewater recovery, but also testing out new tools and techniques, biological processes versus different chemical intensive ones. And there's this relationship between, there may be a new technique to use, but they have to come back and look at, we don't do things just in a total silo. They have to look at what might the climate assessment result of using that process, byproducts. Is that what you're getting
Well,
at?
Pam, I actually think that, I don't want to stop you from responding, but there's an example with thermal compliance that might that might illustrate this that I
Yeah.
want to put out there.
I think that maybe.
I'm still struggling with what question she's asking.
Yeah.
And frankly, I'm struggling with the question myself.
Then let me
And-
try for a second because I've listened to what you've said, and I think if we take thermal compliance as an example, what I'm getting from what you're saying is there's stuff that we're doing to adapt and to mitigate, right? But that, like the thermal compliance ultimately is what the overall temperature of the river is, or the watershed is entirely in its entirety, which is also being impacted by the climate itself directly. Is that an example of what you're getting at?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but you don't mean it just about thermal compliance. You're meaning it about
As
the
the
whole, the totality of the health of the watershed in lots of domains.
And the next phase of that question is, do we capture that in our strategies as we,
What
That's-
is that?
the whole, the whole impact, and I think that
Not just our own impact, the organization's impact, but what the climate itself is doing directly to the river system, for example.
We don't have ownership of that whole.
No,
No, we
right,
don't.
right.
But we have ownership for the effects.
Well, and
Thermal.
we have to deal with the thermal,
Yeah.
we'd have to deal with the thermal part of it anyway, right? Even if the climate
We have to.
made the
function
problem,
within.
we still have to meet the criteria.
So is there a part of this that holds also the responsibility of monitoring awareness, research
Yes.
around the generalized climate change?
Well, isn't that part of how our permit has to function within the whole, as you refer to it? Because the permit and the
I
permit.
think on many of the domains, that's true.
That's probably, yeah,
Yeah.
that's helpful.
Yes, a few comments, if I may. Just to acknowledge the ground is moving underneath us, right?
Yeah.
We are both working with a moving target and we are also moving. This is very complicated. And part of, updating the roadmap is making sure that we're iterating and getting tighter and more refined on this process. So we're continuing to get clearer on the actions that we're going to take through this process. The other piece is the strategic roadmap connects with the department and program roadmaps. And so as far as how do we capture that data around what is the temperature of the river? Are we meeting compliance? That will be captured. Yeah.
Index.
Yeah, those will get captured in, to some degree, in program and department roadmaps. And then are we meeting our requirements under that space?
Part of what's embedded in Pam's question, though, is how much of just what's happening in the general environment is causing that problem
Yeah.
versus our own actions. And that's, I think, really kind of what Commissioner Treese is getting at.
And you're right, looking at the whole, but just in different times of year, if we just think about the sun's effect on the temperature of water, right? Different times of the year, and that goes to what it is they're tracking and how do we operate within that larger ecosystem.
This climate work is also, there's a huge component of it that is collective action. And the individual steps that we take at Clean Water Services to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions alone aren't going to move the needle. But if we are working in concert with other folks across our industry, across Washington County, right, all of it scales. And so it's the thing that I always try and be aware of in this space is making sure I don't try and equate my own individual actions with specific outcomes in that way, because we all need to row in the same direction in order to hope to make a dent.
Collective effort.
Yeah.
I think we need to
Thank
keep
you.
going.
Yeah.
Thank you
It's-
for indulging.
Yeah.
So this just shows that we're shifting focus now that the steering committee is going to be going to the different departments and programs to support the implementation. And then just finally, we are engaged, as Elizabeth said, collective action. I've been asked to participate on the Washington County's climate collaborative meetings, the only external entity to help look at how are they implementing the climate action plan. And then I have been engaged in the Partners for Sustainable Washington County Community. I've helped facilitate several meetings with the departure of the sustainability coordinator from Washington County, who helped facilitate and coordinate all those meetings. We're re-looking at who is the partnership, how do we function? So I led.
Yes, it's a spider, Pam.
Yeah.
Who just dropped into the middle of the
Yeah,
meeting here.
I'm looking and thinking, is that in my eye or is that?
No,
Yeah.
No,
no.
he's going down.
hanging out.
Yeah.
The next
you see this
presentation
spider?
given by the spider.
Uh-huh.
He just
Nature.
dropped in.
Yeah. And there's-
Weird. In this
Okay.
building too?
I don't know.
we brought him with us.
Yeah, it's us.
Going up now.
Okay.
Yeah. And so looking at next steps, we will be updating our advisory commission on updates to the roadmap. Jamie already mentioned rechartering the steering committee and shifting into implementation, and then making sure that we're actually educating our workforce on what we're doing in this space so that it helps folks row in the same direction. And then those are the first two strategies under each of the goals under sub 4.
So commissioners, thoughts, questions, comments?
I like to see the collaboration with Washington County. And I think I've had some offline discussions about how I think in the long term, there's more opportunity for that. And maybe for the county to leverage the expertise of Clean Water Services more. I won't get into more detail on that, but I'm just glad to see that collaboration.
Well, and in comparing the two documents, Washington County, because you take a public health approach, is looking at the whole. I really enjoyed the plan. And then the contrast of being very, at CWS, very specific, organizational,
Very
infrastructure focused. But I think there's space for us to share data, share information. Yeah.
But Washington County, right, is a public health approach.
Yeah.
It's a people approach.
Yes.
It's not a whole approach.
Yes.
Whereas going back to our discussion, it's more of the whole from the standpoint of the area.
Here, we're about natural resources, and that's the responsibility.
Any other comments?
No, I'm good. I've derailed enough.
Pam did her number.
So I have some comments and questions on the next steps. I don't disagree with it, but I think there's a slight nuance. We chartered the steering committee with a shift from roadmap 2.0 to implementation, right? Because there was implementation done on 1.0. And it's these kinds of little nuances come to my brain because all day long, I've been sitting here through the presentations thinking about our work this year, new board, but also we will have a new general manager starting. And, you know, the material exists, it will evolve, but how do we ensure that we're able to onboard someone so that within the first year, for example, that person is able to do the managing the organization job that we've talked about and enumerated in the job brochure, but has also onboarded to really understand the incredible agency, its service delivery 365, its science, its reputation, and go from. There's a lot of wonderful. You've heard me say that multiple times. My question is this. It's been a very interesting process over all of my years, but in working with the external organization of Oregon League of Conservation Voters, and particularly as chair. And they're quite confused, is the best way for me to put it, over the role of the Washington County Climate Action Plan and being people-centric, while also looking at our own operation and being energy efficient, so on and so forth. So they're, in my words, on a bit of a tear for wanting dashboards so they can hold us accountable, which it was is really a detrimental approach. So what I'm wondering here for CWAC, what are you, because you have community members on CWAC and different people join different advisory groups because they have particular interests. So what role are you hoping for, or questions or whatnot from CWAC with regard to this topic?
So this is a topic that, Jamie, I actually think your first week on the job, you presented I'll let you share the CWAC.
I brought the first strategic roadmap to CWAC to present on that.
And you received great questions as part of that.
Yeah, one of the things that they were curious about was the metrics. How are we holding ourselves accountable? What does that look like? And then how are we communicating that back out?
Yeah.
So this will be a follow-up to that. And I think we have some answers in that space. We are not intending to put together a full dashboard as part of this process. But it's because this is one of two strategic roadmaps that we have, and it helps to inform and push down into the work across our department and program roadmaps.
and a portion of them are also on our budget committee. It's important for them to understand the role that this plays in driving the work that we do. But it's, there's always this balance with CWAC in making sure that they have a good understanding of the work because we are such a complex organization, and to help that inform their baseline knowledge so that then they can help advise in other specific strategic areas. That address your question?
A little bit.
Okay.
One of the ways I think about the organization and these different roadmaps is, there was that first organizational documented replicable processes. But you do deliver that service each and every day, and you have this evolution of current and future permits, right? A couple and a lot of science there. You've done a great job of talking about the externalities that we both operate in, as well as influence, so to speak, because of our own greenhouse gas emissions, the kind of plant materials that you're looking at, so on and so forth. What I'm very pleased with seeing how you've utilized the 1.0s, you've created a 2.0 based on a bunch of analysis. But I couldn't tell you how many different implementation projects you think you have as a result of having the roadmaps now, right? So when they ask you questions about dashboards and how are you holding yourself accountable, I clearly see that there are goals and strategies, but I assume we have these slides and we have the goal strategies and metrics outlined here. Are there a certain number of programs or projects that you continue doing or that you to create? I'm not trying to evaluate, oh, is that a good one or not? No, that's not my place, but rather appreciating and understanding what we invest in through the final approved and adopted budget.
That's exactly what the implementation plan is, with the direction we're heading. So to get really clear on, of the projects we're doing, are these the right projects? Should we still be investing
Got
in
it.
them? Are there projects we're not doing?
So it's
that we
scoping out
could-
what that implementation will be,
Yes.
not just or not doing the implementation.
Right, so we
okay.
want to be really thoughtful because I think that there's going to be ideas
It's
that
the
come up.
implementation plan.
There you go.
I thought that was the implementation itself.
Mm. Yeah. It's a component.
Both, I
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah, yeah.
The
Okay.
plan and
Get the
doing.
framework. I'm a framework person, sorry.
Makes sense.
I get the
Understand.
framework more
Yeah.
clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we want to create some decision-making
yeah.
hierarchies, whatever terms we want to use. So
Yeah.
we know like this is a great idea, but maybe it's not the right resource investment to give us the best return on investment
Mhm.
to help us move the needle to meet our metrics. And so those are still things that we need to dive into now that we have the plan.
Great.
And I've been getting a quick phone a friend on Japanese beetle, which is why I've been on my phone. But the Oregon
ODA.
ODA will not be continuing Japanese beetle eradication operations in 26, which puts Oregon at risk of losing its pest-free status.
Don't know.
It is someone on your team. So thank you to your team.
The request because of funding, or is that
It's I'm
the
gonna
lack of? Because it's eradicated or because
Yeah.
we don't have
no,
money?
Yeah,
it's I
that's
think
what we're
it's
trying to
more of a money question, but
okay.
we'll follow up in writing with more information.
Yeah, because what this very forgetful brain is recalling is that the quarantine was in place. There was a lot done in the Cedar Mill, Lower
Mhm.
Bethany
Huge.
area with landscapers to collect the
Quarantine.
material. Yeah,
Yep.
quarantine, burn it. And I got the sense from some communication over the last maybe year and a half that there was a change in the areas of focus, but I can't remember if it got bigger, smaller, just moved. But what I do remember is, especially since I moved here from New England, Japanese beetles are bad. You don't want those. And given that we have such a large landscape nursery industry in the Pacific Northwest, oof. So I don't know if we're tracking towards it's going to get worse or it's contained and is on the downward trend or what. So that's really what my interest is.
Yeah, we'll follow up with a written update on that. Yeah.
He was also talking to me.
Just an email update.
Great.
would
Thank
be
you,
fine.
friend.
Yes.
I love to know
All
that
of
others
you.
are watching the board meeting.
Yeah.
I was thinking it's from in this room.
Yeah, we usually tease about having staff in the room. That's the
Yep.
photo friend. So,
There are staff watching.
Yep.
well, that'd be
That's good.
great. That's great.
So we're gonna play a little musical chairs. I'm gonna go back over there. I'm gonna invite my ELT colleagues to the table.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand up for a couple minutes to
okay.
get my body moving. Before we move into board planning and discussion, you mean, right?
Exactly.
Excellent.
Are we like just taking a 30-second break or are we taking a 3 or 5 minute break?
What would you like?
I'd love to have a bio break.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay, perfect.
So we'll reconvene here. How about at 2:15? Okay, see you at 2:15.
Thanks.
Here we are at 2:15 and we're all pressing our little button so that the mic light is green. So we're now on the agenda topic of board planning and discussion. So over to you. I don't know who's taking us through.
I will kick us off. Thank you, Chair. We have rounded third and we're sliding into home today. This is our last big item. And we have a series of materials in the back of your binders. We have a document that you all should be fairly familiar with now that is our planning document for these board work session days. That is then followed by rolling agendas. We've updated the rolling agendas, so we now have it through April, so 3 months. And then we also will have a discussion around upcoming travel, potential travel to DC for Water Week.
This-
Yeah,
Okay.
ask,
They fixed
ask
it
that
at
you
lunch.
shall receive.
Elves did it.
Yes, we had the information.
I was like, how did I miss that earlier? It was one of those moments.
We have a lot of, it's a team
Takes a
effort
village.
here.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So, if I may take us to, this first page, the CWS Board Work Session Days Planning Document Discussion Draft. You'll see here, we maintained under February 6th, this first page, budget and finance. We had rate discussion and 5-year forecast. That we had actually moved to February 10th in work session, and we are moving that out to March 10th.
Oh,
So wanted to make you all aware of that. That is a relatively new,
oh yeah, that's right.
Adjustment.
Because we have the current agenda and it's not there.
Yes.
Okay, great. Oh, and it's already there. Yeah.
so we needed to just spend a little bit more time with the data that we got from the consultant to make sure that we're confident.
Will that give you enough time relative to your proposed budget? We're not going to be the holdup?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Phew. Just checkpointing that and trying to make sure we're not a barrier.
Yeah.
Chair, I will, just as a reminder, delays us going to talk to the cities about rates until we talk to you about rates. So about a 2-week shift in terms of starting that.
Yeah, there's quite a long list of topics that folks are hoping to go to cities on. We we have that at Washington County, but this past Tuesday, we just had a request from OSU Extension that we're hoping to get in front of city councils between April and June. So it's like everybody's. Oh, yeah, I don't know how we're all gonna get through it, that's all.
Yeah, there's only 24 hours in a day, right?
And most of them are volunteers.
Looking ahead, if we turn the page under permit and compliance, for July, we have 2 items. An update on our IGA process, and an update on the design and construction standards. So those 2 will be coming before you all. And then looking to the next page on trust and credibility and workforce. Presently, we don't have anything filled out in those columns. Now, a lot's
For future dates.
for future dates. A lot's gonna happen between now and July, including our recruitment of a new general manager. And so please know
That's
that there's some
fulfilling.
flexibility
Yeah.
in this, and
Yeah.
we will update this to you all along with our rolling agenda. So there are some gaps just because of the distance with the budget meeting. Last but not least, if you go to the back page here, tentatively, we are looking at bringing our recycled water master plan to you all in July. We think that should likely be wrapped by that point in time. But are still waiting on a few things, so it's why it's in italics and not in standard pixels. For quick, working with our risk leader to provide a risk report to you all and make that an annual event. We think that that's the right timing and kind of end of July.
We're still on target for the end of the year.
Yes,
For full, but this is more of a status check, I assume.
correct. And across our risk portfolio, right? So not, it's
Not just.
while it's tucked under quick, it is an umbrella. So we might actually think about updating that as a title so that it's broader. And then, of course, the consistent item of reviewing and discussing plan with the board. Part of that July, or we could discuss sooner, for compensation. We're currently doing research around with HEB, with benefits providers, and looking into a few other triggers or concerns or potential unintended consequences to get data to help next steps on that conversation. So we can have that a little sooner, or otherwise as a backstop. July 31st is, I would say, penciled in my mind, but if board direction is to move faster.
I would hope to be solved by the beginning of the fiscal year, July 1, but.
We can look at our rolling agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
dates.
so. Otherwise, we're looking, it just keeps.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think we gotta get it figured out.
Could I also ask a couple of things
Please.
about July and October? I know it's on pipeline, we're not calling it Ripple anymore, it's the lab, CWS lab. Is that what you meant by Ripple for tours?
Oh, yes. And that's now. That was placed in there a bit ago.
Yeah,
Thank you
no
for that
worries.
flag.
No worries.
It is hard.
But what? Team effort. What I was thinking about is for both July 31st and October 23, we might want to think about what it is we need to get done as the current board and calendar year. So we hold ourselves accountable to get done what you want and need from us.
Mhm.
But similarly, but different, for each of those, have a conversation about onboarding and just brainstorming. Oh, yeah. How did you've mentioned previously, and I'm sorry, I just don't remember how your onboarding went. And I don't know, just tips or tricks. The materials we've been over in our prior roundtables, the Board of Commissioners, about looking at the years ahead. And I think you've seen that business year chart that looks at 2027, 2029, and 27 is, whew, I do not see boards in that year. So, but I think it's just a conversation to ensure that we're giving time to pick our brains, whether individually and together, because we're going to be doing some of that same sort of thing. We already are individually, but then it's a board of county commissioners. So we love you guys. We love the agency. We love being your board of directors.
So just so I'm tracking, your proposals to have some sort of like a little bit of a brainstorming with the commission
Yeah.
or the board on new, like CWS new
Yeah, by
director on board.
July 31st, we'll know what's happening
Yeah.
with the
think
formation of
that'd be
the
a-
future
That'd
board.
be a good topic to spend, I don't know, at least maybe 45 minutes, an hour.
And we're doing that, something similar right now. I've had my
Yeah.
interview with Aaron Doyle. I'm sure you all
Yeah, on
have
the
this.
county side.
Yeah, on the
Yeah.
county side. And I think we didn't have enough time when I was talking to Aaron, it was amazing when you start thinking, we gotta do this, you gotta do this, So, and I'm sure we'll have the same type of input.
But also, some of them will not have served an elected office at all. So what kind of training they're going to need about being public officials, proper use of asset, computer, of home, the record, constituent engagement, all those different.
Using the right phone, right computer.
Yeah.
Just between, in all of our roles.
Oh, which reminds
Yeah.
me, I really appreciate all the work that you all put in for the independent meeting structures and the packet management, posting of materials. One thing that I found myself bumping into, is the right way to put it, or a better way to put it, is the packet for our business meeting and work sessions. I go to that portal. But for these work session days, it's not one place, it's multiple places. And that's a little weird for our public to have to navigate. So, anyway,
A little birdie may have shared that feedback with us, and so we're working on how to get it loaded onto the county website and also fully on our website. So we'll have redundant systems that are available.
oh,
This is-
cool, cool.
Yeah.
And partially because you had trained me well with CWAC previously. I always go to the CWS side for CWAC. It's just, else would I go someplace else? So,
Yeah.
but you've done a lot of great stuff. Thank you.
And you'll
Oh,
see it.
and then the other thing, we might want to look ahead towards with a new board. My first year I went through county college. Nafisa did, but it was online only then. But Jason went and they evolved it and changed it in terms of the meeting days. But also like for today, there were a couple of the AOC legislative steering committees meet, most of them meet on Friday and Monday. There's the occasional one that's on a Thursday. So this particular, the first Friday of February means we're having to make a choice between the two agencies, and having a board meeting trumps going to any of those legislative steering committee meetings. So, so for your 27 scheduling, you just,
Yeah.
that's
At least be
part
aware
of-
of that.
Yeah, and looking ahead, what their calendar demands might be for things like going to county college versus it's going to be a long session year versus
Yeah.
a short session year.
That's a great flag, and we can reach out to staff at AOC to get their dates.
And our own staff.
Yeah.
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 We'll have fun. So sorry, I didn't mean to get
No,
us off
that's
track.
great. This is exactly the time to have these conversations, so I appreciate it. We had discussed at the last board meeting that this would be the time to look at potential April travel to DC around Water Week. And at this point, we'd recommend either one board member or sending staff to that event. And we're in communication also with, because Scoggins is a critical part of what we're talking about. We've been in conversation with the Joint Water Commission and TDID around hopefully being able to travel together as a group, because the voice is more powerful that way.
Well, so if we go back to if we,
Yes.
instead of just doing one at a time.
Yeah.
If we look at the set of three, there are these three opportunities. I don't think it's worth the investment to send me, even if I wanted to go to International Water Association, I would expect at least Rick and Kathy would go, really? You're in your last few months here. I don't know about that return on investment.
I don't even notice that I saw the last word in that now, in Glasgow?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the
Yes,
same one.
it's
I wasn't
in-
processing that until
No, I said
a
it.
ago. Yeah.
It's an every other year conference. Boy, do you tune into global conditions, global science.
The last one was in Montreal.
Toronto.
In Toronto, I'm sorry. One of those.
And three of them met. Yeah.
And Nafisa and I went as well as Jerry.
Yeah. So you might want to think about it.
I guess I'm just a little bit sensitive around the international travel and where we're at.
I think,
But
I think as we move forward, we should have a discussion about that. And I think we should have a discussion as a group, because I'm a little hesitant to have the tail wag the dog here.
I know.
And the amount of information that IWA presents, especially when we had that climate discussion earlier, it's incredible. And learning, about different stormwater treatments in different countries. I learned a ton at both conferences. One in Toronto was, we had to go way far out by bus to go to different things, but I learned about a distribution center for power and energy generated by wastewater treatment in a whole area that could be applied here. So I guess I'm going to push back a little bit and say I think we should have that open public discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
about
not
it.
saying no, I'm just saying it gives
Yeah.
me a little bit of pause.
And I understand.
And I don't know if I can quantify the benefit, but I can certainly qualify the benefit of my having gone to Copenhagen. And as it relates to our work. And I think the same of the three who went to Toronto. And if they can't, then something's wrong. So-
Elizabeth, I looked at these dates and I know I haven't gone to the Water Week. I haven't participated in that in the WEFTAC. So I'm interested, but I need to double check my calendar, let you know, especially the one that's happening by April. But I'm definitely interested in the WEFTAC. I raised my hand and just want to.
Is the staff recommendation on Water Week that, I mean, you said either one board member or just staff? Is there a staff recommendation about what should happen there?
I think it's more powerful to have an elected official with you when you go and talk to elected officials.
Yeah.
So ideally we have.
And legislative staff too, from the committee. I did it in 2019. I
Mhm.
haven't been back. I haven't been back to a WEF either. But what I'm more, I don't need to travel. That's just, I don't need to travel for work this year, but if I did anything this year, it would be that.
Yeah.
You would. So,
The
but
water
DC
week,
water
yeah.
line.
I think that,
I think having two board members at least go to WEF is really important. You know, I appreciated the fact that the three of us as newbies went in 2019. So, and Commissioner Fai, you've not been to a WEF, have
No.
you? Yeah. So, there's that to
Water
think
week.
about.
and my personal experience with WEFTEC has been that I learned over the course of attending several of them, how to attend.
Well, very few of us
You know,
have been to Water Week.
And that's, and that was, the first time we didn't go to the competitions we didn't attend that. And I think that was we learned that that was really appropriate to be there and to support. And first time I went to a lot of technical things that were way over my head. But then stepping back and going with Rick to the different vendors on the floor, demonstrating what they were thinking about bringing to.
That's how I knew about the carbon sequestration
Yeah.
thing.
Well, the
That
other
was
thing that
huge.
changed is the four of you were only part-time commissioners then.
That's true. The first time.
That's right.
That's right. The
Yeah,
first time in 19, yes, we were.
in 2019. Yep.
But it really did, I think the evolution of how the staff helped the directors attend WEFTEC was a big deal. So, but the other thing is that first WEFTEC, we were really talking about strategy. Remember we had the meeting with Adam Davis, we had meetings, it was much more based around.
Oh, it was also Diane's first year. She'd only joined
yeah.
as the CEO in September of the prior year. So there was a lot of kicking off, a lot of change. So you might think about with WEFTEC, Commissioner Fai going to that, for 26 at least. And what I was just thinking about is 27. You might want to have a bigger budget for WEF that year so that
With the
you
new-
take,
yeah.
All the,
the new
yeah.
commissioners plus
Maybe.
one from continuity,
Yeah.
I think would be a good idea. The International Water Week, I think, we'll know more as we get a little bit closer, but I can't stress enough how that international view is valuable. Jason, it is a big trip with time change, time zone changes.
Yeah.
And so that gets me every time, the older I've got. So.
I will tentatively, pending our discussion and other things, I can tentatively say I'm probably willing to go to that this year. I'm saying it that with that many qualifiers because I'm a
We're all tentative.
little concerned. I think it'd be great, Commissioner Fai, for you to go to WEFTEC, by the way. I learned a ton.
Is it like, I think. Yeah. But I'm wondering, especially the international, I do agree with Commissioner Trees that it really good. Share her and definitely quantify the value, return on investment. That trip. But I'm wondering, Since we'll know by then, the number of, who are joining this board. Is there an opportunity to offer that, even though they have not started their term, but.
They're not covered by liability
Right.
insurance. They're not covered by confidentiality. No, none of.
Until they
it's-
get sworn in?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. I thought about it, but I thought I would throw it out there if there's
We
potential.
did for those who are elected in May, we did have them, Jason, you did.
I went to an AOC meeting or an AOC
Well,
like
that's
new,
because they have one for
Yeah.
incoming.
yes.
But attend
Yeah.
work sessions and that type of thing at their availability.
Right, that was being a member of the public.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one is, you would have to cover the cost and all,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
okay,
don't think-
yeah,
yeah.
no. I thought I would put it out there, even though.
Ethics doesn't.
So if
work.
you want someone from the for the DC Water Week policy fly-in, it sounds like you're a maybe.
Yeah, I need to check,
Sharon,
all of these
I-
are maybe.
I think that might be a good, if you want to call it last trip for you. I think your advocacy and your history on that could be really helpful, especially if
The
we're
chair
going
there is a big-
TBWD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I don't just suggest you travel, but I think it'd be good. I think it'd be good for
But you could
the
also-
You don't have
organization.
to push me to do it.
Yeah.
I just,
Yeah,
you
you're
know,
sensitive of.
I'm,
I think it would be the cumulative knowledge and work that you have committed by being a leader of this organization, the leader of this organization, would be put to really good use.
if it helps the agency, yes.
Okay, so right now, and we will confirm calendars and all of these things, but I have Chair Harrington, DC Water Week. I have Director Fry for WebTech with potentially someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Director Snyder is a tentative written in pencil. Let me think about it some. I don't.
Yeah, and we need
And
to
more
have this
conversation.
conversation about the the
Yeah.
public conversation.
Yes.
Pam described it.
Yeah. Yeah. mhm.
And from the standpoint of the conversation about board compensation,
Mhm.
I have a vague memory of some meeting we were at where we were talking about that. Was that in January?
We had in February, we
Mhm.
had a CWS.
No, not last year. We had it in the work session room.
Executive session.
Oh, or I thought it was when we were going over rules of procedure. Okay,
think I,
but we had a
talked about it.
conversation in January of 2025, 2026.
Recent conversation.
Yes, yes. So I'm just looking, sorry,
Yeah,
I didn't mean to segue into the rolling
I
agenda.
think we're ready.
I was doing it.
Let's.
I have a question about the travel.
Yeah.
Where with the ethics violation, all that,
Of which we have none.
thank you, Chair. I think I'm wondering about, is there a way for clean waters? The idea of me paying myself and then coming in front of the board and being compensated, like, what is there a clean cut procedure for the board time to follow rather than,
Yeah, it's in our rules of procedure. We've done it
right?
already.
Yeah, no, I get it, but I think that even though it's in the rules and procedure, I think the ethics part is still out there, the potentially about the rule board compensating. It is in our rules and procedure, but I'm just wondering if can Clean Water Services get an opinion from the ethics committee to figure it out if that is the right procedure? Yes.
Already approved the fact that if we travel, we have to collectively approve any individual's travel.
Right.
And I think that was the recommendation came down,
Yeah, I'm not aware of anything that's still outstanding.
which
Just a
we,
question.
which we didn't do in.
Yeah, we didn't do, but I'm just like, I'm trying to figure out, is there a different way to do this? Of like spending it and then coming back to the board and then presenting like
We approve it
Yeah.
before we spend it,
for us.
I think. So it's not in arrears, the approval.
I don't think, I think you all are jumping ahead of that. I think, I'm not sure you follow, but what I'm trying to.
We're trying to
get is-
understand
yeah.
your question.
Yeah, so that, I think that's a better way to ask. But so what I'm trying to get at is, yes, we do have a rules and procedure. But the expectation is front the bill and then come in front.
No.
No, that's not
So-
correct. The travel policy says, including for board members, we fill out a travel authorization. We work with the staff on that to get that put together. Yes, and we have to follow all of the spending guidelines. We've been over all of this policy. So it's a matter of following those procedures.
Are you talking about us renting?
I'm talking about like back in Washington County before Clean Water Services ended up in use. What used to be the practice is each commissioner gets a key card. And then they expend that and collect the receipts and then it's reconciled at the end. Right, so. Right now, that isn't the case, so I'm just trying to reconcile in my head. What is kosher and what's not for us. For future
It
travel.
is pretty clearly defined in the policy and procedure and I mean, to answer your question, since you're asking it directly, and my understanding, having just done this, is that the preference is that the purchase of the hotel and air travel is done on Clean Water Services credit cards that we don't have. And there is a way to buy your own air travel yourself, but if you do that, you will not be reimbursed above whatever they searched as the lowest available price is, and then you are paid per diem. There's no meal reimbursement separately or differently. So there's per diem structured. You're getting a per diem, and that's what we would approve before you travel, and then it would be finally approved, the final approval after you travel. Did I do a good job, Kathy, of
Excellent.
summarizing that?
Good job.
Would you like a job here?
Controller.
The thing that felt like it was remaining to me was, and I think it's now been resolved, and that's why I went to the trouble of figuring out what I thought the value of my air miles was and had that deducted. It's pretty clear from policies that were in place, I probably didn't need to do that.
Yeah,
Nobody could produce those policies at the time, but they've been produced now, so
We're in.
it's my understanding.
Should we
So
transition?
where are we at?
I think we're looking at our rolling agendas. And Chair, do you want me to walk through these or do you, okay.
I don't know, no.
Happy to, and I'll just lift up a few key items, right? February is our first month of this transition to standalone CWS meetings. So you'll see, how we've blocked out certain days just to reflect the overall calendar.
Yeah.
I want to lift up on February 24th under that second bullet under action, adopt an RNO to acknowledge completion of all actions of RNO 25.5. So that is coming to you. That's when that will happen. At the end of the month, we're still drafting that piece up, but I know that was an item of keen interest, so I wanted to highlight that.
And that will be our first day of practicing that the Washington County Board of Commissioners work session has to end no later than 5 o'clock because we'll only have a half an hour for dinner before the CWS
We
board
should be
meeting.
aiming to
start.
be done by 4:30, but I realize that may not happen.
And I'm
Uh,
not
we
available
already-
that day. I see that's not. listed
you're-
here.
Your out of office is, okay.
That's not in the Washington County rolling agenda either.
For February 24th? You're saying?
Yeah, I fly back that evening.
That matters on the county side, I think, related
It
to
sure does.
one of the topics.
Didn't come up yesterday when we had our roundtable.
So we'll
So-
work to get that reflected. When we move into March, we have one anomalous date because we had planned out the timing before we had made the switch. So on March 3rd, which is not a regular day, we do have an executive session related to the general manager recruitment. So just
We need to keep that for the timing.
we need to
of
keep
the
that for
process.
timing. So that's a little wonky.
So what time does that happen? Because this is still a new cadence.
Yeah.
What
You-
time does that?
What time of day? Is
Yeah,
that worked into the count, whatever the county plan is for that day?
no.
I
Seven.
phone a friend says 1 o'clock.
Oh,
So
okay.
many photographs.
Yes, because we have the Board of Commissioners meeting reconvening at 2.
There we go.
Thank you.
The
This is
system
all.
works.
So
That doesn't equal 90 minutes, though.
Oh,
I don't think yeah,
We won't need 90 minutes for that, will we?
we'll adjust that to 60 and.
Okay.
Well, I think it's, yeah.
um,
Okay.
So then, the rate development discussion that we had initially had today that moved to the 10th, so this is now captured on March 10th. So we're gonna have that discussion. Also want to lift up, kind of doing the highlights from today on March 10th, that second public hearing, hold a public hearing and adopt resolution order approving CWS administrative policies. Those are the policies under ordinance 37 that Caroline mentioned.
That need to come to us.
Yes, so
Okay.
that's where that's happening. On March 17th,
now it's starting to, now I'm starting to figure it out.
yeah,
It's clicking.
Yeah.
I would ask that you pencil this in. We just got it scheduled this morning, in coordination with the county. The Washington County IGA will happen on March 17th. So that's not currently in there, but we just got that, detailed with.
So we'll have a CWS.
That'll be an agenda
Action
item
item.
on both
Yep.
Oh,
So it
both
comes out-
calendars.
So there's no work session, but there will be a business meeting.
Correct.
Got it.
And because of spring break, instead of meeting on the 4th week, we're meeting on the 3rd week.
Yeah.
So that month is a little funky.
that's an evening meeting?
It's an evening meeting.
With CWS, is it just the IGA with the county or is there an IGA with URMD or is
It's
it?
both.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one where we're gonna have the
That's
3
the
hats.
You get 3 hats.
Is it 3 IGAs?
It's the same IGA, but with 3
3 parties.
different parties.
And we're the approver for all of them.
Exactly.
Got it, got it, got it.
Kind of wild.
That's
It
what-
is kind of wild.
Covered.
Woohoo. Okay,
Um,
we'll have fun with it.
Yes.
March, you also have the interview process for the general manager recruitment. So we have that line captured under other meetings and other updates.
And don't we talk about that soon?
On Tuesday, next week, we will talk about the.
The
interview
10th,
selection
there it is.
process.
Yep. See, this is how valuable these tools are.
Oh,
Mhm.
So thank you, staff, for all the work you put into the tracking.
well, and I want to say thank you for using the same format for the rolling agendas. That's helpful for me. Just,
It's less jarring.
yes, I get it. That's what's.
And then under April, we're still filling in. We have a few things that are
tentative that we didn't put on the public facing rolling agenda, so that work session will fill out on the 14th. But then we put some items that we know will come to you all sent. That wraps what we have on the agenda.
Well, that's also the week of that fly-in, right?
Yep. That's correct.
That on the same,
And we need to fill that in under,
16th.
yeah. It is the week of that 14th. That's a good catch. We need to put that on the schedule.
well, just be aware of that if
Yeah.
the chairs.
Oh, well, that's why we have a vice chair. Do we have any IGAs? Jurisdictional IGAs coming in these months?
Hopefully, we're working on Tualatin
Cool.
and Tigard right now. And then we're about to tee up the 4 smaller cities altogether. Forest Grove and Sherwood will be over the summer, although we're starting to engage with them. So,
That's cool.
but
great.
work ahead that we're working hard.
Great. Great. Okay. So this cadence is new to all of us. So, I realize we don't have one of these until July. So you should probably sync up together and with Rick and Elizabeth, figure out if during leadership communications at our new CWS work sessions, what tweaks, if any, or refinements is a much better word, would help the staff of the organization. So,
And Chair, you read my mind. I anticipate we will bring you updated rolling agendas on that work session on the 7th Tuesday of the month, so that will be the opportunity to see how that rolls forward.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because what I think we have found over years of practice, the first year plus of having the tool in place, it was a brand new tool. There were a lot of staff to work through. Every single week I was going to these meetings and entertaining questions. And I do still get questions from management staff about how to package things up or what the strategy is or what might work for the board or problem solving a specific problem in a particular week. That's all fine. But the cadence, I think, has been very effective for the board is to just get them once a month. So the fact that stuff will vary from one week to the other, we get the packets. Leadership communication tends to give us enough, or just a simple email. But you don't have to feel like you've got this heavy lift you have to do on a more frequent cadence.
Is there a place where the CWS rolling agendas sit in our calendars or anything?
That would be as she was talking about, the second Tuesday of the month.
We can start to post them there during the work.
Yeah, in the
session.
packet.
I understand that, but for
Staff.
just for
Yes.
staff, for others, if it's on our calendars where you can just click and go, well, and I'm not asking
Are you asking internally or externally?
internally,
Oh,
and
well, internally, there's a whole rolling agenda tool. There's a team of people that attend the Wednesday internal meeting. And
We join.
there are a couple of CWS staffers that have been
But I-
attending that too.
but I know that if I want to look at a rolling agenda ahead of time, I ask Clerk Moss. So is there a
Is there an
place-
equivalent for
Yeah.
that? Is
Yeah,
that the
okay.
question?
Okay, and I was just thinking for your ease, that there is a place where you Just go to that button.
And I'm looking over at
I'm not thinking
Jody
about
and
the web.
Sue. We do have that, and we have that connection to Kevin and the staff assistants,
Okay.
and they all know where to.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a great question.
It's just more sometimes, 11 o'clock at night, I'll go.
Pam wants to look at the rolling agenda. She's just bored.
So,
HBO is over.
so the way you do it right now is with Washington County, you've got the roundtable packets.
Yeah, I just- I just
Or
did that.
the monthly email when those months, and we have a few of them coming up where we don't have county roundtables, but Kevin sends us an email once a month with the next rolling 3, or occasionally we'll ask for 6 months out. What we learned here today is the second Tuesday of each month in our work session packet, we will have the
We're
next
gonna do a
one.
review.
Well, we'll have it. The degree
have
of
it,
how
okay.
much review we need, well,
Well, I would expect it to be similar-ish to what we're doing with the county one.
yes. Yeah, we spent all of 5 minutes yesterday.
Yeah,
They're in your packet, any
Yes.
question or update.
I know.
Right.
So that completes the items that I had on board planning. Yes.
Do you also put I saw that you have Willie out on the round, but I don't know if you put the vacations that are currently on the
county.
county calendar on there as well.
They do for me.
If they're on the county rolling agenda, that's
Okay,
where we
then
go
it-
and
Then it
Yeah.
populates.
Yeah.
Okay. 'Cause I was just thinking,
Except I'm missing March one is here for me, but not the February one.
and
that
I'll
one
get
didn't
used to
carry
this.
over.
I just-
we have you out the 15th, the 22nd February.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm looking at the old one. I'm
Oh.
sorry, my apologies.
That's all good.
I carry the little version around, so I'll go to the packet and I'll print the latest out of the packet and I'll be fine. Oh, see, you're getting insight into how I do not rely on my brain. I rely on records, or at least I rely upon a process where I can find the records.
So board members, it is 3:02. We've endeavored to stay pretty close to on time all day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take it as a win.
Wanted to offer if there's anything else for the good of the order. Otherwise, staff has completed their presentation.
Thank you, team.
Yeah,
Nice
it's been a great day. Thank you. Okay, and with that, we are hereby adjourned. Thank you.